Chapter 4407. The deity clan of the primogenitor realm was extremely powerful. This time, one of the 7 supremacies who descended to the heaven realm was from the deity clan. This great god, Kai Xiao, was called Grand Sovereign Kai Xiao. The 7 supremacies surrounded the demon clan's ancestral land in the heaven realm, trapping Jiyu Fei, Old Turtle, and the others inside. This time, they had to kill Jiyu Fei. Everyone knew that Jiyu Fei was a super genius who had cultivated the eternal great Tao and was invincible in the primogenitor realm. He had killed many people there. If he was allowed to grow and return to the primogenitor's realm, many more people would die. In fact, the major clans in the primogenitor realm, whether they had enmity with Jiyu Fei or not, did not want this peerless fierce person to return to the primogenitor realm. However, the major forces in the primogenitor realm were also very clear that if they did not kill Jiyu Fei, there would be endless troubles in the future. Jiyu Fei was a peerless fierce person. God knew how many supreme supremacies had died in his hands. If they could not kill Jiyu Fei this time, the big shots in the primogenitor realm would not be able to sleep. Kai Xiao, the deity clan supremacy, had just sent 2 descendants of quasi-supremacies into the demon clan's ancestral land when the mountain and river cauldron suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. What? This? The 7 supremacies were shocked. They did not expect Jiyu Fei and the others, whom they regarded as ants, to have such a move. Haha, isn't it just a supreme Tao artifact? You want to live with a supreme Tao artifact? What a joke. Grand Sovereign Li Hua said disdainfully. Grand Sovereign Netherfire directly punched at the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! With a muffled sound, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The Tao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron rippled like water and dissolved Grand Sovereign Netherfire's attack. Huh! Grand Sovereign Netherfire and the other supremacies were a little surprised. This supreme Tao artifact seemed a little unusual. Netherfire, did you not eat? You can't even break a supreme Tao artifact. A supremacy surrounded by a vast and mighty purple aura mocked. Zi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? If you can do it, then do it yourself. Grand Monarch Netherfire was displeased. However, this Grand Monarch Purple Origin had a grudge against him. Humph. Fine, I'll do it. As he spoke, he strode forward and stretched out his right hand to grab the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, he wanted to mention the huge cauldron that covered the entire demon race's ancestral land. Rise. Great Venerable Ziyuan shouted as he grabbed the mountain and river cauldron with his big hand. However, the mountain and river cauldron did not move at all. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the entire body of the cauldron. The void around the mountain and river cauldron continued to collapse, and primordial energy rushed out. How? Great Venerable Ziyuan couldn't help but be moved. He couldn't even lift a supreme Tao artifact. Haha, Zi Yuan, you still have the nerve to laugh at me? You're even inferior to me. Grand Monarch Netherfire laughed heartily. It was an incomparable pleasure for him to see Grand Monarch Purple Yuan suffer a setback. You, Great Venerable Ziyuan was shocked and angry. He desperately urged his divine power, but still couldn't shake the mountain and river cauldron. This mountain and river cauldron was extremely mysterious. No one knew who refined it, but it had existed for countless years. Legends about it were widespread in every era. However, no one knew whether these legends were true or not. However, many people thought that these legends were groundless. Now, however, the mountain and river cauldron had displayed unimaginable power, directly suppressing this area. Oh no! Great Venerable Kai Xiao's expression suddenly changed. At this time, the 2 demigods in the demon race's ancestral land were still arrogantly pointing out the great demons in the demon race's ancestral land. They didn't care about the great demons in the demon race's ancestral land at all. Ox-headed demon, get over here and die. The demigod Kai Lin pointed at the great demon of the ox demon race and said, "What did you say?" The great demon of the ox demon race was immediately enraged. These 2 guys were simply asking for a beating. Hey, your pair of horns is not bad. I want them. The other quasi-supreme of the deity race, Scarlet Tiger, said. You two brats who are still wet behind the ears actually dare to be presumptuous in front of your grandpa ox. This is like lighting a lamp in the toilet. You're courting death. The great demon of the ox demon race said through gritted teeth. He stared at the two demigod Kai Lin, his nostrils constantly spewing hot air. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this guy? Just kill him. The old ancestor is still waiting for us outside to report back. Kai Hu said impatiently. Yes, let us eliminate these so-called great demons of the demon race. After saying that, Kai Lin opened his mouth and spat out a beam of sword light, which shot towards the great Yarrow from the Ox Demon clan. Formidable sword energy rippled outwards, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly as a result. These demigods from the ancestral realm simply didn't care about the great demons of the demon race's ancestral land. Jiu Fei and the old tortoise watched from the side and didn't make a move. Boom! The great demon of the ox demon race directly smashed his fist forward. Haha, is this guy stupid? He actually used his fist as my flying sword. Is he trying to commit suicide? Kai Lin laughed. Clang! At this moment, the great demon of the ox demon race's fist instantly smashed into the flying sword. Then, Kai Lin's smile immediately froze. The great demon of the ox demon race actually smashed away Kai Lin's flying sword with a single punch. Even the other quasi-supreme of the deity race, Scarlet Tiger, was greatly shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Kai Hu was dumbfounded. Kai Lin was his senior brother and also his elder brother. No one knew better than him how powerful his elder brother's flying sword was. This was a Dao weapon of the quasi-supreme level, and it was a top-notch one at that. Ordinary quasi-supreme level Dao weapons couldn't even block a single strike from this flying sword. Could it be that the ox demon's fist was even stronger than a quasi-supreme level Dao weapon? How could such a powerful existence exist in this lowly world? His physical body was comparable to a quasi-supreme level Dao weapon. Jiu Fei and the old tortoise saw this scene but didn't say anything. Haha, these are the experts from the primogenitor realm? They seem to be a bit stronger than ants, but there's nothing amazing about them. A white tortoise stood on its hind legs and glanced at the two fellows in front of it. Hihi, they dare to behave atrociously in our demon race's sacred land with just this bit of ability. How foolish. A golden-haired middle-aged demon with a pair of wings on his back mocked. This is food delivered to our doorstep. We haven't eaten a heavenly god from the primogenitor realm yet. A black golden tiger demon grinned. He stared at the two demigods of the deity race, his saliva dripping to the ground. These fellows, the two demigods from the primogenitor realm, were both shocked and angry. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. The demon race of this world didn't seem simple. But so what? The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. The primogenitor realm's lifeforms were innately superior to the other lifeforms in this world. This was talent. It was undeniable that this kind of talent was something that the other lifeforms didn't have. The primogenitor realm's lifeforms were qualified and had the confidence to mock the other lifeforms. But this wasn't absolute. A grain of sand could become a world, a stalk of grass could become a god. The lifeforms of the lower worlds might not necessarily be inferior to the primogenitor realm's lifeforms. Kill! Kai Lin roared. His sword flashed like lightning as he once again attacked the demonic ox demon. Kill your head. The demonic ox demon, Niu Hui, punched again. Raw. Boundless fist energy condensed into a primordial ball that charged forward. The violent energy shook the heaven and earth, shattering the void. The flying sword that was about to kill Kai Lin shattered in the void. Heh, you can't even withstand a single blow, Niu Hui sneered. Eat another punch. Another primordial ball charged forward, destroying everything in its path. It was unstoppable. Kai Lin screamed in pain as he was hit by the ball. In an instant, he was torn to pieces. His physical body shattered, and a primordial spirit rushed out. Niu Hui opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Kai Lin's primordial spirit. Just a moment ago, Kai Lin was giving out orders and looking down on all the greater demons. He even said that he would kill all the greater demons. But now, he was scared out of his wits. How is this possible? How can such a powerful greater demon exist in this backward world? Kai Lin's voice trembled. He simply couldn't accept this. One had to know that the primogenitor realm was a lofty existence, the origin of the myriad worlds. The life forms of the primogenitor realm were born as geniuses, monstrous geniuses. How could there be a life form stronger than them in this backward world? In the same realm, they were invincible. However, on this day, Kai whose understanding was toppled. His older brother, Kai Lin, who was at the peak of half-supreme being realm, was actually defeated. His body exploded with a single fist, and even his primordial spirit was devoured by the other party in a single gulp. Kai Lin's body and soul were both destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Raw. While Niu Hui was refining Kai Lin's primordial spirit, outside the ancestral land, the primogenitor deity clan's supremacy, Kai Xiao, roared at the sky, almost going crazy. His most outstanding descendant, Kai Lin, was actually dead. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Even a supreme existence like him couldn't save Kai Lin. Kai Lin was the descendant he was most proud of. He was also the descendant who had the highest chance of becoming an extreme supreme. He wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen Kai Lin, to help him improve further and become an extreme supreme. But who would have thought that this backward world's demonic race would actually kill Kai Lin? Preposterous. Kai Xiao frantically attacked the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake violently. The surrounding void directly shattered, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed by him. Is this guy crazy? The other supremacies were shocked and hurriedly retreated. The might of a supremacy swept through the 9 heavens. Billions of creatures were terrified to the extreme. Ants from the other realms, what do you think you're doing? The supremacies of the 3 celestial realms standing on the horizon roared. Chapter 4408. Ants. The 7 supremacies were enraged at the same time. This backward ant dared to call them ants. He deserved to die. You don't know your place. A worm dares to be insolent in front of a dragon. This world doesn't need to exist anymore. Let's take this chance to destroy it. That's right. Let's get rid of these ants at once. The 7 supremacies' tone was disdainful and disdainful. They simply didn't care about the 3 supremacies and the entire heaven realm. Apart from the primogenitor realm, in the eyes of these supremacies, all other worlds could be conquered and destroyed. The myriad worlds were the hunting grounds of the primogenitor realm. A force with a high lord overseeing it would occupy more hunting grounds than an ordinary force. The Yi clan, because of the existence of the Yi clan's primogenitor, controlled hundreds of hunting grounds. Every once in a while, they would purge these hunting grounds. These lands controlled by the primogenitor realm's powerful clans wouldn't have powerful existences appear. Once they did, they would be mercilessly killed. With the resources from hundreds of lands to support the Yi clan could produce many experts and stand among the strongest clans in the primogenitor realm. Every single one of the 7 high lords that came today had a super force behind them. These were the super forces of the primogenitor realm. None of these forces were necessarily weaker than the heavenly clan of the primogenitor realm. The 7 supremacies of the primogenitor realm attacked at the same time in order to kill Ji Yufei and not give him any hope of survival. TCH, these guys really think they can control everything. On the horizon, an old man with almost all his teeth and hair had fallen off said disapprovingly. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Another middle-aged man in armor was still dripping blood. It was the blood of an extreme path life form. It would never dry and was inextinguishable. It was as if it still had vitality. That was the blood of an extreme path life form. One drop could destroy the world. If a drop leaked out, it would be a great disaster. This middle-aged warrior had definitely killed an extreme path supremacy. The third person on the horizon didn't speak, but the murderous aura he exuded grew stronger and stronger. The entire world trembled. Since you ants want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Grand Monarch Li Hua said coldly, his face grim. He, a supremacy that has fallen from the heavens and earth cannot be called a supremacy at all. Li Hua, I'll leave these 3 ants to you. Great sovereign heavenly god Kai Xiao of the primogenitor world's deity race said in disdain. Let's kill these 3 ants first, then destroy the demon clan's ancestral grounds and kill Jiu Fei. Grand Monarch Li Hua said proudly. He. The other supremacies looked disdainfully at the 3 figures on the horizon. In their eyes, these 3 fellas were already dead. Boom. Just as Grand Monarch Li Hua was about to make a move, a loud bang came from the demon clan's ancestral land, which was enveloped by the mountain and river cauldron. Then, a figure flew out of the demon clan's ancestral land. That is, the 7 supremacies were shocked. In the next moment, the guy who was sent flying let out a blood-curdling scream and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. His body and soul were directly destroyed. The 7 supremacies were all shocked. They clearly saw that the guy who was blasted out of the demon clan's ancestral land and exploded into a cloud of blood mist was one of the descendants of the heavenly god races Kai Xiao, Kai Hu. Scarlet Tiger was also dead. This shocked and angered Kai Xiao. Those guys from the ancestral world are too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow. A disdainful voice came from the demon clan's ancestral land. Roar. Kai Xiao was almost going crazy. Kai Lin and Kai Hu were the geniuses he valued the most in the race. They had the chance to become the extreme supremacy with unlimited potential. But now, such geniuses were actually dead. They died in the hands of a group of people from a backward world who were even weaker than ants. This was unacceptable to him. They were the ancestral world's supreme beings. Who else dares to come in? If one comes in, I'll kill one. If 2 come in, I'll kill a pair. If a group comes in, I'll kill a group. An extremely arrogant voice came from the demon clan's ancestral land. At this time, the heavenly secret mirror of the heavenly secret immortal palace was activated again. It transmitted the image of the demon clan's ancestral land to various places in the heaven realm. That's when the experts of the heaven realm saw the 7 incomparably huge figures standing outside the demon clan's ancestral land, they were all stunned. They're even bigger than the primordial giants. Someone exclaimed as he stared at the light screen formed by the heavenly secret divine talisman. Oh, supremacy, an old antique who had lived for countless years said with a trembling voice. Even through the light screen, they could still feel the terrifying aura of a supremacy. The aura of the 7 supremacies was so strong that it could interfere with the operation of the heavenly secret mirror. But now, the heavenly secret mirror was activated again due to the help of a powerful figure. These ants among ants, the lowly creatures of a backwater world, were actually so arrogant. This made the 7 great high lords furious. Grand Monarch Li Hua of the Li Fire clan flicked his sleeve. A streak of divine light flashed, and a dozen powerful figures immediately appeared in front of him. These people were all shrouded in a powerful aura of Li Fire. Each of them was a quasi-supreme. How is this possible? The appearance of a group of quasi-supreme shocked countless people who were paying attention to the demon clan's ancestral land through the heavenly secret divine talisman. That was a group of quasi-supreme. This Li Hua Grand Monarch had casually released a group of quasi-supreme. How were they supposed to survive? Among the dozen quasi-supreme, there were 2 peak quasi-supreme existences. One of them exuded an aura that was much stronger than Kai Lin and Kai Hu's. Without a doubt, this was an existence who had more than 1 foot in the extreme grade realm. Almost both of his feet were in the extreme grade realm. Charge in and kill all these aboriginals. Li Hua Grand Monarch ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The most powerful existence in the lead hurriedly accepted the order. Then, he turned around and strode into the demon clan's ancestral land with a group of subordinates. The protective formation of the demon clan's ancestral land that had been casually broken by Kai Xiao, the heavenly god Grand Monarch, had not been repaired yet. Ha, are they here to die again? I welcome them with open arms. In the demon clan's ancestral land, a golden-haired young man carried a golden stick and grinned. He was a descendant of the demon clan's divine ape bloodline. His name was Hu Jian. Yes, it meant crazy. When this guy went crazy, his battle strength would multiply. Hu Jian was very strong. He was also a quasi-supreme. In the demon clan's ancestral land, He was also one of the strongest experts. It should be noted that the divine ape bloodline had produced extreme grade supremes. Hu Jian had obtained the divine ape bloodline's true teachings and was also one of the quasi-supreme in the demon clan's ancestral land. Each of the greater demons in the demon clan's ancestral land had a powerful background. Niu Hui of the Ox Demon clan and Lord Tiger of the Black Tiger clan both had extreme grade legacies and practiced incomparably powerful cultivation methods. Die! Li Huaming, the leader of the group, trembled with anger. These guys really deserved to die. He, Li Huaming, was not Kai Lin and Kai Hu. These two trash couldn't even deal with a group of aboriginals. Kill. Li Huaming directly attacked Hu Jian of the divine ape bloodline. The quasi-supreme of the Li Hua clan behind him also attacked. They wanted to destroy the demon clan's ancestral land by themselves. Clang. Hu Jian blocked Li Huaming's long sword. Then, the golden stick in his hand seemed to have grown eyes. With a flash of golden light, the golden stick in his hand swept towards Li Huaming's head. Reckless guy. Li Huaming was enraged. Sword radiance bloomed all over his body. This was the Li Fire Sword principle. Each sword radiance pierced through the void and pierced towards Hu Jian. At such a close distance, Hu Jian simply could not dodge the Li Fire Sword radiance. At the same time, the divine sword in Li Huaming's hand collided with Hu Jian's golden stick once again, causing sparks to erupt. Roar. Hu Jian let out a fierce roar. A mass of divine light suddenly emerged from his body. This mass of divine light directly turned into a large golden bell that enveloped him. Clang, 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 clang. The countless Li Fire Sword radiance that rushed out from Li Huaming's body all collided with the golden bell outside Hu Jian's body. The golden bell vibrated and actually emitted a series of bell sounds. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the golden bell. Kill. Kill them all. The other Demi-Supremes of the Li Fire clan roared and charged towards the Demon clan's ancestral land. Who can you trash kill? Have a taste of my punches first. Niu Hui immediately used the Demon Ox Fist. Every time he punched out, an ancient barbaric bull would rush out from his fists. It was unstoppable, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Demi-Supremes of the Li Fire clan who rushed at the front were directly sent flying. He kept coughing up blood and cracks appeared on his body. He had almost been smashed by Niu Hui's punches. Bang! At this moment, a huge seal smashed towards Niu Hui. On the surface of the seal, dense Li Fire Dao patterns appeared, releasing the Li Fire True Force. This was the Li Fire Seal, refined from the Li Fire Divine Metal. The power of the Li Fire that erupted from the seal burned the void to noiselessly. Ha! Niu Hui hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the Li Fire Seal blasted a big hole in the place where Niu Hui was originally standing. The great demons in the Demon clan's ancestral land were all shocked. It should be known that this was the Demon clan's ancestral land. Every blade of grass and every tree here was supported by the power of the great Tao. It was not that easy to destroy it. However, a blow from the Li Fire Seal could actually blast a big hole. This kind of power was really a bit shocking. At that moment, more than a dozen Demi-Supremes took out their Tao weapons and attacked the great demons in the Demon clan's ancestral land. The entire Demon clan's ancestral land actually shook. Old Tortoise, who had been watching from the side, sneered and directly rushed out. He opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram that enveloped all the Demi-Supremes of the Li Fire clan. The Tao diagram instantly expanded and enveloped the entire world. The chaos chi was vast and mighty, and the void below the Tao diagram seemed to have solidified. Everyone's movements became slow. This guy. Chapter 4409. Among the demon clan in the heaven realm, there were indeed a few heaven-defying existences who had cultivated to the quasi-supreme stage. Some of the demon clan's almighty experts had even been stuck at the peak of the quasi-supreme stage for countless years. Niu Hui of the Ox Devil clan, the one who had killed the arrogant Kai Lin of the primogenitor god clan, was a super old fogey. Even though such an existence could not make a breakthrough in his cultivation and become a supreme being, the monster race's power that he had accumulated over the countless years was enormous to the extreme. Nyo Hui's demon race vitality was so thick that it wasn't something that Kai Lin and the others from the primogenitor realm could compare with. They were both at the peak of the quasi-supreme being realm, but Nyo Hui could easily kill Kai Lin. This was the gap between them. At this moment, Grand Monarch Li Hua sent out the elites of the Li Hua clan, a total of 13 quasi-paragons. Under the leadership of Man Shan, who was a peak quasi-paragon, these quasi-paragons of the Li Hua clan entered the demon's ancestral land through the tunnel that Grand Monarch Heaven God had opened. Boom! A huge seal emitted endless divine fire and blasted towards a group of monsters in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. Terrible divine power burst out from the seal, shaking the heavens and earth. This was the ultimate treasure of the primogenitor's Li Fire race, the Li Fire seal. The Li Fire seal of the Li Fire clan was a quasi-paragon Dao tool that Grand Monarch Li Fire had forged when he had been at the quasi-paragon stage. This quasi-paragon Dao tool was definitely one of the most powerful quasi-paragon Dao tools. Even Nyo Hui, a guy who pretended to be young, avoided it. Roar! Mystic Tiger roared angrily as he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of divine light that surged towards the Li Fire seal. Amidst the divine light, a saber could be vaguely seen. An extremely sharp saber chi burst out from the saber light, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The eyes of the greater demons in the ancestral ground lit up. Mystic Tiger Blade, the greater demon Nyo Hui muttered to himself. Black Tiger was also a demon ancestor who had lived for a long time in the demon race. His cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. The blade that Mystic Tiger spat out was the famous Heavenly Tiger Blade of the demon clan. He had once used this Heavenly Tiger Blade to kill an expert of the same level. Clang! The Heavenly Tiger Blade that Mystic Tiger spat out directly struck the Li Fire seal. In the next moment, two pinnacle quasi-supreme beings erupted, turning into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. A cold laugh rang out. Then, a figure rushed out from the top of a mountain in the ancestral land of the Yarrow clan. He opened his mouth and spat out a Dao diagram. Rumble! The Dao diagram instantly expanded and enveloped all the quasi-supremes of the Li Fire clan that had charged into the demon clan's ancestral land. Endless chaotic chi surged out from the Dao diagram. The void that was enveloped by the Dao diagram seemed to solidify. The energy storm that erupted from the collision of the fleeting fire seal and the Heavenly Tiger Blade was also blocked. Man Shan of the Li Fire clan was shocked. Chaos Fengtian diagram? Man Shan recognized this Dao diagram and couldn't help being shocked. The Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram was once the ultimate treasure of the wood race in the primogenitor world. After the wood race was destroyed by Ji Yu Fei, this ultimate treasure fell into Ji Yu Fei's hands. But now, this ultimate treasure had appeared again. Powerful chaotic power poured down from the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram. Immediately, 3 experts of the Li Fire clan that were enveloped by the Dao diagram were reduced to a mist of blood. Even the Dao treasures that these people were carrying were directly shattered, turning into scrap metal. Seeing this, the other experts of the Li Fire clan all sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram, they were as weak as ants. Damn it! Man Shan was really angry. The fact that they could enter the heaven and earth created by Grand Monarch Li Fire to cultivate was enough to prove that they were the strongest and most talented experts of the Li Fire clan. After all, only the most talented experts of the clan were qualified to receive personal guidance and teachings from Grand Monarch Li Fire. This time, Grand Monarch Li Fire had asked them to attack this backward demon clan's ancestral land. It was their first time going out to train. However, as soon as they started, they had already lost 3 of their companions. The 13 quasi-paragons of the Li Fire clan were the most promising existences in the clan. They were the elites that the entire clan had spent all its resources to nurture. They were destined to rise and shoulder the clan's responsibilities. Even though the Li Fire clan had a deep foundation, losing 3 quasi-paragon geniuses at once was extremely painful. Haha, they still think of us as ants. In my opinion, these guys are even worse than ants. Old Tortoise laughed. At the same time, the Chaos Fengtian diagram descended from the sky. Another two elites from the Lihua clan exploded into a mist of blood. These guys are too weak. Nyo Hui, who had retreated to the side, looked at the so-called geniuses from the ancestral realm who were enveloped by the chaos sky ceiling diagram with contempt. Man Shan was enraged. He tried his best to recall the Li fire seal. At the same time, a Dao paper rushed out from his body. The Dao paper emitted boundless divine fire, enveloping Man Shan and the remaining Li fire elites. They were originally spirits of fire. Bathed in the Li fire, their battle strength would be enhanced. Most importantly, the Li fire power that erupted from the Dao paper blocked the chaos sky ceiling diagram. Hey, I didn't expect you to have this move. The old turtle was a little surprised. This guy actually had a supreme decree of a supremacy on him. This kind of decree could erupt with the power of a supremacy. The chaos sky ceiling diagram was very strong. When the Wood Clan's progenitor and dozens of supreme supremacy activated it together, this Dao paper could resist the heavenly punishment. This was enough to show how powerful and extraordinary this Dao paper was. If one had enough power to activate this Dao diagram, they might even be able to kill a High Lord level existence. It's just a Dao paper. The old turtle sat cross-legged in the void and integrated his spirit into the entire demon ancestral land. Then, he activated the enormous power that the demon ancestral land had accumulated for countless years. Endless world essence Qi immediately gathered towards the chaos Fengtian diagram. Rumble, chaos runes gradually appeared on the chaos Fengtian diagram. These runes transformed the gathered essence of heaven and earth into chaos energy. Crack. The 9 Dao patterns on the Dao paper floating above Man Shan and the others cracked. They were actually about to be destroyed by the chaotic power. What? Man Shan's shock was not small at all. Once the 9 Dao patterns on the Dao paper were destroyed, they would be finished. This was the pace of total annihilation. Even the Li Fire clan could not bear such a loss. Boom. At this moment, the entire demon ancestral land suddenly shook violently. A powerful wave of supremacy power came from outside. Has the battle started? On a mountain in the depths of the demon ancestral land, Ji Yufei raised his head and looked out of the demon ancestral land. Through the mountain and river cauldron, he saw 2 huge figures fighting outside. The void was shattered and the stars in the sky were falling. This was the power of a supremacy. When a supremacy was angry, heaven and earth would be destroyed. An ant is an ant. How dare you act presumptuously in front of a dragon? You overestimate yourself. Grand Monarch Li Fire threw a punch. Endless Li Fire burst out of his fist. Countless stars exploded in the fire. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was the Heaven Realm's supremacy, the white-haired old man. Facing this earth-shaking punch, the old man casually waved the wooden staff in his hand and punched forward. Boom. There was no divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary strike, but it directly tore Grand Monarch Li Fire's powerful punch apart. The wooden staff hit Grand Monarch Li Fire's fist. Crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Grand Monarch Li Fire let out a furious roar. Endless divine fire burst out of his body, burning the sky and boiling the sea. How is this possible? Grand Monarch Li Fire was both shocked and angry. He could not accept that he had been injured by this backwater native. This was definitely a great humiliation. Grand Monarch Li Fire, who stood high above the universe and looked down at the universe, had actually been injured. The other supremacies were also shocked. They were the supremacies of the ancestral realm. They were much stronger than the other supremacies in the universe. They could practically sweep away all the other supremacies in the universe. But now, their understanding had been overturned. This backwater native had actually injured a supremacy of the ancestral realm. That's all. I thought the guy from the ancestral realm would be strong. How disappointing. The old man shook his head. Grand Monarch Li Fire almost went crazy. He had actually been looked down upon by a backwater native. The 7 of you can come at me together, the old man said calmly, glancing at the others. What? Grand Monarch Li Fire and the others were dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words. This guy actually wanted to challenge the 7 of them at the same time? Was this a joke? Was he courting death? Old man, do you want to take everything for yourself? That won't do, the middle-aged fighter with the blood-dripping battle spear said with some displeasure. That's right. It's a bit too much for one person to take everything for himself, another existence who hadn't spoken until now said. His entire body was indistinct, and no one could see his appearance. It was as if he had merged with the void around him. It was very mysterious. What are these guys talking about? Grand Monarch Heavenly God Kai Xiao really doubted his ears. These guys were actually looking down on them like this. This is outrageous. The supremacies from the 7 ancestral realms were very angry. Even in the ancestral realm, no one had ever dared to look down on them like this. Even the supremacy of the Yi clan had to be polite to them. However, today, they were actually looked down upon by a few natives from a backwater world. This made them both shocked and angry. At this moment, Grand Monarch Li Fire's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that one of his decrees was gradually being destroyed. This was a life-saving measure he had given Man Shan. Damn it! Grand Monarch Li Fire's body swayed and rapidly shrank. Then, he rushed into the demon clan's ancestral land. Chapter 44:10. In the demon race's ancestral land, the old tortoise directly used the chaotic sky ceiling diagram, intending to kill all these so-called arrogant fellows. In the ancestral realm, the Li Fire clan had never been a direct enemy of Jiu Fei. However, as a major clan in the ancestral realm, the Li Fire clan intermarried with other major clans. For example, the Sky clan and the Wood clan were inextricably linked to the Li Fire clan. This time, the Li Fire Grand Monarch was invited by the Sky clan's new High Lord. At this time, the Sky clan's High Lord was also outside the demon race's ancestral land. Preposterous. At this time, in the demon race's ancestral land, Man Shan and the other Li Fire clan quasi-supremes were at a critical juncture. The decree floating above their heads was emitting a high lord-level pressure that was growing weaker and weaker. The 9 Dao patterns on the decree began to dim. The chaotic sky ceiling diagram was very powerful. As long as there was enough power, it could display its greatest power. In the past, this Dao pattern had been able to contend against the heavenly punishment. At this time, the old tortoise had activated the power of the entire demon race's ancestral land. This power was unimaginably powerful. It should be known that this was one of the means that the Grand Emperor had left behind to help his descendants achieve the Dao. In fact, this power could help the old tortoise break through to the next realm. But now, he had no choice but to use this power. Only he could use this power. This was because to use this power, one needed a bloodline imprint. In fact, the Grand Emperor had already predicted that his bloodline would hinder his descendants from becoming extreme supremes. However, it was difficult to erase the Grand Emperor's bloodline in the old tortoise's body, but it was not impossible. When the old tortoise's drop of blood essence flew out of his fingertip and into the depths of the demon race's ancestral land, it landed on an ancient altar. A figure appeared above the demon race's ancestral land. Boom! A supreme pressure erupted from the figure. In the next moment, the entire demon race's ancestral land fell silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at the huge figure that seemed to be able to support a part of the world. The 7 High Lords outside the demon race's ancestral land were all extremely shocked. They felt an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Although it was only a shadow, it seemed to be able to threaten them. How is this possible? It's just an obsession. How could it threaten us? The 7 supremacies were discussing in a low voice. Fa. Father. When old Tortoise saw the figure, he trembled with excitement. All the great demons in the ancestral land of the demon clan had already knelt on the ground. All the demons who sensed the aura exuded from the figure knelt in the direction of the ancestral land of the demon clan. 10,000 demons greeting sect. All the big shots of the heaven realm were alarmed. The divine secret mirror broadcasted what was happening in the demon race's ancestral land to the entire heaven realm. As long as the divine secret talisman was activated, even the farthest corner of the heaven realm would be able to see it. That is, everyone was indescribably shocked. Tai Huang, West Desert Buddhist land, in the 10,000 Buddha Palace, Opposite little monk Fan Xiu was a screen of light. Even though he was looking at the figure on the screen, he could still feel the immense pressure from it. It's just an obsession. To think that it would possess such might. Buddha Ran Bei, who was next to Fan Xiu, said in surprise. At this time, all the big shots of the forces in the south mountains of the Heaven Realm, the eastern region, and the northern plains were staring at what was happening in the ancestral land of the demon race. In a dangerous place in the Heaven Realm, an old man walked out. In front of him was also a screen of light formed by the divine secret talisman. Do these guys think that there is no one in the demon race? The old man waved his hand and put away the screen of light. The next moment, he disappeared in the void. At this time, Grand Monarch Li Hua, who was blocked by the old man outside the entrance of the ancestral land of the demon race, was extremely anxious. Although it was just an obsession, once such an existence attacked, Man Shan and the others inside would definitely die. They were the most outstanding descendants of the Li Hua clan. If they were all killed inside, even the entire Li Hua clan would suffer an irreparable loss. Get lost. Grand Monarch Li Hua directly punched the old man with the cane. Just now, he had been hit by the old man's cane. Even his wrist had cracked. Now that he had attacked, he didn't dare to underestimate this old man. Ruyuumble. Endless Li fire burst out of Grand Monarch Li Hua's fist. It was as terrifying as the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. Even the void was twisted and destroyed by the heat. The old man opened his mouth and inhaled. Boundless Li fire, which covered the sky and the earth, madly gathered in his mouth and was quickly swallowed by him. What? Grand Monarch Li Hua couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This guy actually dared to directly devour the Li fire he had shot out? How was that possible? This was the Li fire divine fist, a battle skill of the Li Hua clan. When Grand Monarch Li Hua used this battle skill, its power was naturally earth-shattering. However, no one had expected that this old man would directly devour the Li fire that filled the sky. Even the other patriarchs from the ancestral realm were shocked to see this. At this moment, the old man's abdomen bulged. Boom! He suddenly spat out the Li flame he had devoured, which instantly morphed into a fiery dragon that swooped towards Grand Monarch Li Hua in front of him. Bam! Grand Monarch Li Hua's fist hit the fire dragon and was forced back. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for if not now? Grand Monarch Li Hua roared. The Li fire around him was vast and mighty. The shadow of a huge divine bird emerged from his body, and the power of the Li fire surged. The Li Hua clan in the ancestral realm was actually the descendants of the Nanming Li fire vermilion bird. Because they weren't pure-blooded vermilion birds, they didn't dare to call themselves the Vermilion Bird Clan. After all, the Vermilion Bird Clan existed in the ancestral realm. The ancestral Vermilion Bird Clan was definitely one of the most powerful clans in the ancestral realm. The Li Hua clan, whose bloodline wasn't pure-blooded, wasn't recognized by the ancestral Vermilion Bird Clan. That's right. Don't waste time. One of the supremacies nodded. Then let's do it. A celestial patriarch said. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth from the celestial patriarch. The supreme pressure of a patriarch shook the entire world, as if overturning the universe. The other patriarchs also burst forth with powerful primal chi fluctuations. 7 patriarchs' auras appeared in the world. Under the cover of these 7 auras, countless living beings in the Heaven Realm were terrified to the extreme. Fight! The Heaven Realm's patriarchs roared. Their bodies also burst forth with powerful patriarchs' auras. This, all the experts watching the live broadcast through the Tianji Divine Talisman were dumbfounded. When the 10 patriarchs' auras burst forth, the surrounding void couldn't withstand it and kept cracking. At this time, there wasn't a single powerful living being within 1,000,000 miles of the demon clan's ancestral ground. All of the more powerful beings fled at this moment. Are they finally going to make a move? Jiyu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain in the demon clan's ancestral ground, suddenly opened his eyes. It seemed like there were only these 7 fellows left. He originally wanted to wait for more patriarchs to arrive before making a move. This was because he could only use the 9 heaven stars sword one more time before the sword spirit of the 9 heaven stars sword fell into a deep slumber. Even if it was Gu Fei, it wouldn't be easy for him to awaken the sword spirit. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei sensed that there should be people watching from the sidelines and didn't make a move. Boom. A great battle broke out. The 7 patriarchs attacked the 3 patriarchs at the same time. Swish. The blood-dripping divine spear streaked across the void and directly pierced through the heavenly god Kai Xiao. Dang. The heavenly god's right hand directly blocked the blood-dripping divine spear. A layer of metallic luster emerged on his palm. It was a glove. Boom. The surrounding void exploded and shattered. A black hole appeared between the middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Kai Xiao. Kill. Kill. The middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Kai Xiao fought fiercely. Lowly ant, die. The heavenly god Kai Xiao directly took out a ring and tried to trap the middle-aged warrior. The ring emitted 9 primordial Dao runes. As long as one was trapped by it, even a patriarch would have to surrender. Clang. The middle-aged warrior directly knocked the ring away and punched at the heavenly god Kai Xiao. Bam! The middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Kai Xiao clashed. At the same time, the blood-dripping spear in his hand stabbed at the heavenly god Kai Xiao. Who's the ant? The middle-aged warrior shouted. His fighting spirit was boundless, and he was extremely powerful. Although he was fighting 1 against 2, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Damn it! Both the heavenly god Kai Xiao and the heavenly god Kai Xiao were shocked and angry. They couldn't do anything to this backward native for a while. On the other side, the mysterious patriarch from the heavenly realm appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He actually stalled the 2 patriarchs from the ancestral realm at the same time. However, the remaining 2 patriarchs from the ancestral realm charged at the old man at the same time. Little brats, did you not eat? Put in a little more effort. The old man blocked the 3 patriarchs with a cane. Roar. The heavenly god Li Hua was furious. He directly turned into a vermilion bird and pounced at the old man. Boom. Endless southern Ming divine fire burst out of the vermilion bird's body, burning the void. 9 powerful Dao runes swirled around him, releasing terrifying heat. Southern Ming vermilion bird. The old man smiled. He directly took out a cloth bag and opened it. Little bird, come into the bag. A powerful devouring power surged out of the bag and instantly enveloped the heavenly god Li Hua. In the next moment, the vermilion bird, which was as huge as a small mountain, rapidly shrank and was sucked into the bag. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by this scene. Grand Monarch Li Hua was a famous patriarch in the ancestral realm. How could he be sucked into a ragged bag? Chapter 44:11. A cloth bag had directly taken away the vermilion bird that Grand Monarch Li Hua had transformed from. This scene shocked everyone. How is this possible? That's a supreme exalt of the ancestral realm. He actually took away a supreme exalt. Is that the legendary heaven-devouring pouch? Everyone who saw this through the mysterious divine palace's heavenly secret mirror couldn't believe it, especially the experts from the ancestral realm who thought they were superior to others. Although it was hard to believe, it was a fact. Grand Monarch Li Hua had been taken away. The old man directly closed the mouth of the pouch. Something seemed to be moving inside the inconspicuous pouch. It was Grand Monarch Li Hua trying to come out. However, Grand Monarch Li Hua soon stopped moving. The other 2 exalts who were attacking the old man were shocked. Grand Monarch Li Hua was no weakling. On the contrary, he was stronger than them. Even he had been taken away by the ragged cloth bag in the old man's hand. Didn't that mean they were no match for this guy? Kill him. The 2 exalts couldn't back down now. Moreover, the old man had already put away the cloth bag. Without any scruples, they attacked the old man again. Boom. In the next moment, monstrous waves slammed towards the old man. Every drop of water pierced through the void. This was the Aquamarine Grand Monarch's divine ability. Water power was everywhere, making it impossible for the old man to dodge. The other exalted Grand Monarch was like a golden sun, shining with dazzling golden light as he charged towards the old man with unstoppable momentum. Haha, good. The old man laughed. The walking stick in his hand morphed into an ancestor dragon. This ancestor dragon threw its head back and roared as it charged towards the aquamarine Grand Monarch. The ancestor dragon soared into the sky, its pressure spreading in all directions. This ancestral dragon directly broke through the towering waves, and in the blink of an eye, rushed to the water tribe's great monarch, its speed extremely fast. What? The aquamarine Grand Monarch was taken aback. He hastily raised his hands to block. Boom! With a muffled sound, the aquamarine Grand Monarch was knocked back thousands of meters. While pushing back the aquamarine Grand Monarch, the old man's fist slammed into the golden sun. Terrifying, exalted Lord-level power erupted. Transparent ripples spread in all directions. Then, countless black things appeared in the void. Looking closely, they were actually spatial rifts. Rumble! The dazzling golden sun was knocked away by the old man's fist. At this moment, the old man's invincible bearing stunned everyone. The old man was fighting 1 against 2, but he actually had the upper hand. This caused countless experts who witnessed this scene to be dumbfounded. He was truly too ferocious, a ferocious man of a generation. At the same time, the middle-aged warrior with the blood-dripping divine spear fell into a bitter battle. After all, Grand Monarchs of the heavenly gods and the heavenly races were stronger than ordinary Grand Monarchs. It should be noted that they were old, powerful races in the primogenitor realm. Especially the celestial race's great sovereign, he directly used his supreme killing weapon, a crimson divine saber. Clang! The middle-aged warrior's blood-dripping divine spear collided with the celestial Grand Monarch's scarlet blood divine saber, creating ear-piercing sounds. Even the countless experts watching through the light screen created by the heavenly fate divine talisman could hear these sounds that seemed to pierce through their souls. Those with weaker cultivations naturally couldn't withstand it. Swish! The scarlet blood divine saber flashed. Blood splashed out, and a bloody wound appeared on the middle-aged warrior's left shoulder. At the same time, the blood-dripping divine spear in the middle-aged warrior's hand almost pierced through the celestial Grand Monarch's body. The blood-dripping divine spear brushed past his waist, instantly turning his waist into a bloody mess. Hiss! The celestial Grand Monarch sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. If he had been half a step slower, his body would have been pierced by the other party's spear. At this time, Celestial God Kai Xiao activated the Celestial God Bell. A giant bell descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, directly enveloping the middle-aged warrior. Swish! The middle-aged warrior took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void, avoiding the Celestial God Bell's attack. Then, he reappeared in front of the Celestial Grand Monarch. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged warrior roared. The blood-dripping divine spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards the Celestial Grand Monarch. Puff! The Celestial Grand Monarch was directly pierced. The blood-dripping divine spear pierced through his chest, nailing him in the void. Roar! The Celestial Grand Monarch roared in anger. He grabbed the divine spear, and in the next moment, the scarlet blood divine saber bloomed with an unprecedented radiance, directly chopping down at the middle-aged warrior. This saber strike contained a vast and mighty saber energy that even scattered the clouds in the sky. The Celestial Grand Monarch's attack was earth-shattering. Even the powerhouses watching from a million miles away felt the saber energy assaulting their bodies. Their bodies turned cold and their souls felt like they were about to freeze. Humph! The middle-aged warrior wanted to pull back the blood-dripping divine spear, but the spear was firmly grasped by the Celestial Grand Monarch. He decisively let go and quickly retreated. Peng! The heavenly god Grand Monarch controlled the heavenly god bell and directly struck the middle-aged warrior, sending him flying backwards as he continuously coughed out blood. Dang! The heavenly god bell shook and a terrifying sound wave swept towards the middle-aged warrior. Without any suspense, the middle-aged warrior was forced back once more. His divine soul shook and his primordial spirit was nearly shaken out of his body. At this time, the Celestial Grand Monarch pulled out the blood-dripping divine spear from his body and directly rushed towards the middle-aged warrior. Although the middle-aged warrior was being suppressed by the two powerhouses, he still had the strength to fight back. It wouldn't be easy for the Celestial Grand Monarch and the Celestial Grand Monarch to kill him. On the other side, the mysterious and unfathomable High Lord was fighting with the two High Lords. For a time, the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined. A battle of this level could destroy the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Everywhere on the battlefield, one could see the void being pierced through and even primal chaos energy being blasted out. The area where the demon clan's ancestral land was located turned into primal chaos. The ancestral land was enveloped by the mountain and river cauldron. Even if the sky and earth were to collapse outside, it wouldn't affect the inside in the slightest. And at this time, the huge figure that stood up from the demon clan's ancestral land moved. One of his hands directly slapped towards the invaders in the demon clan's ancestral land. Rumble, wherever the huge hand passed, the void collapsed and a destructive aura spread out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Seeing this, the old tortoise hurriedly put away the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. If he didn't put away the primal chaos Fengtian diagram, the huge hand that fell from the sky would smash into it. No. As the huge hand fell, the High Lord's decree floating above Man Shan and the others immediately dimmed and tottered. Seeing this, Man Shan and the others turned pale with fright. In the next moment, the decree suddenly collapsed and the huge hand directly fell, obliterating the void. Man Shan and the others were directly killed. The Li Fire clan suffered heavy losses. The 13 quasi-supremes of the Li Fire clan who had charged into the demon clan's ancestral land were all killed. None of them could escape. All the experts watching the battle in front of the light screen were dumbfounded. Although the figure in the sky above the demon clan's ancestral land was faint and illusory, it exuded an invincible aura that looked down on the world. Its battle strength was extremely strong. The Li Fire clan is finished. Many experts from the ancestral realm had come to watch the battle through the Heavenly Fate Divine Talisman of the Heavenly Fate Divine Estate. Some people who knew about the Li Fire clan said such words. It should be noted that the entire Li Fire clan only had one supreme existence, Grand Monarch Li Fire. If the result of this battle was spread to the ancestral realm, it would definitely cause a great commotion. Most importantly, without Grand Monarch Li Fire, the Li Fire clan had become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the other powerful clans. They all wanted to take a bite. No one else is going to attack. Ji Fei, who was sitting on a short mountain in the demon clan's ancestral land, suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, there were no more experts at the High Lord level attacking. In that case, let's end this, Ji Fei said, opening his mouth and spitting out a sword light. Within the sword light was a divine sword. This divine sword was his 9 Heaven Stars sword. As soon as the 9 Heaven Stars sword appeared, even the supreme experts at the High Lord level felt their souls tremble. What's going on? Countless experts didn't know what was going on, but they all vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. Is Ji Fei going to attack? Old Turtle looked at the mountain where Ji Fei was. At this time, Ji Fei bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the 9 Heaven Stars sword. The next moment, the 9 Heaven Stars sword vibrated. 9 great Tao patterns appeared on the sword, releasing a wisp of eternal realm power. This is, all the High Lords outside the demon clan's ancestral land were terrified. As soon as the eternal realm aura appeared, all the High Lords felt as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs. They couldn't even straighten their backs. I'll send all of you on your way. Ji Fei gritted his teeth and directly used the sword driving technique. Buzz. The 9 Heaven Stars sword directly turned into a sword light that rushed out of the demon clan's ancestral land. Swish. Blood appeared, and the head of the High Lord of the Celestial clan flew up. He was directly beheaded on the spot. Even his origin spirit couldn't escape. He died instantly. What? The remaining High Lords of the ancestral realm were shocked to the point of disbelief. Run. The Celestial Great Sovereign roared and turned to flee. However, the sword light formed by the 9 Heaven Stars sword was unimaginably fast. With a flash of the sword light, the Celestial Great Sovereign didn't even have time to scream before he was split in half by the sword light. However, the sword light flashed a few more times. Then, The High Lords from the ancestral realm were directly beheaded. Not a single one of them could escape. The sword killed the 6 High Lords of the ancestral realm. The world suddenly quieted down. Even the 3 High Lords of the celestial realm were like statues, motionless. Chapter 44:12. Killing 6 supremacies with a single sword strike. This scene stunned everyone in the heaven realm who witnessed this scene. How? How is this possible? That's my clan's old ancestor. He died just like that. This can't be real. Among the experts that descended to the heavenly realm, there were the descendants of the 6 supremacies. They couldn't believe it. Those were the 6 supremacies. Even in the primogenitor realm, they could do whatever they wanted. They were supposed to kill Jiu Fei, but now, they were killed by Jiu Fei. The news spread to the primogenitor realm at the fastest speed. This news was like a superstorm that engulfed the entire primogenitor realm. The name Jiu Fei, which had disappeared for a long time, appeared once again and shocked the primogenitor realm. How can he be this powerful? Isn't he only a quasi-supremacy? Preposterous. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The primogenitor realm was in an uproar because of Jiu Fei, especially the Li clan, Heavenly clan, and Chu clan. These 3 clans couldn't wait for Jiu Fei to be killed by the 7 supremacies. But now, news had spread that the Li family, the Heavenly clan and the Chu clan had all fled. If they didn't flee, should they wait for Jiu Fei to come back and settle the score with them? Jiu Fei could even kill 6 supremacies with one slash. If he returned to the primogenitor realm, who could stop him? In the entire primogenitor realm, there wasn't a second first demon ancestor. At this time, on a short mountain in the demon race's ancestral land, Jiu Fei sat on a boulder. A sword light revolved around him. The sword light didn't seem to be anything special, but when it flashed across the void, it left a hair-thin crack in the space. The heavenly punishment is incomplete, so I will make up for it. Jiu Fei took advantage of the time when the 9 heavenly stars' sword's power was about to recede to look at the depths of the sky. There were supreme figures that seemed to have existed since ancient times. The extreme Tao supreme beings of the ancient era were playing a game of chess, using the world as the chessboard. However, this chessboard still had some loopholes, some inadequacies. Jiu Fei began to manifest the supreme Tao seal. This was the cultivation that he had once cultivated to the pinnacle. At the same time, the eternal true bone shone brightly, and on the mountain peak, it was as if a divine sun had appeared. What is he doing? At this time, the terrifying figure in the sky above the demon clan's ancestral land had disappeared. The old tortoise stood in the void and looked in the direction of Jiu Fei. He sensed an aura of the great Tao that he had never seen before. This kind of Tao power, why do I feel like it's even stronger than the extreme Tao? The old tortoise was muttering to itself. Boom. At that moment, the ball of divine light in the depths of the demon race's ancestral land exploded, and endless eternal light illuminated the world. Illuminate the heavenly Tao, brand eternity. Jiu Fei gave a loud shout and formed a seal with both hands. Streams of eternal power rushed out from the eternal true bone in his chest and turned into Tao patterns that condensed on his hands. Go. Jiu Fei immediately formed this hand seal. An eternal and inextinguishable divine light shot up into the sky, directly rushing out of the demon race's ancestral land, into the depths of the sky, and was imprinted on the heavenly Tao. Rumble, the world resonated, and a blurry figure appeared in the depths of the sky, standing together with those figures that seemed to have existed since ancient times. Buzz. In the end, all the figures emitted endless divine light, and one after another, the power of the extreme Tao exploded, interweaving into an endless giant net of the extreme Tao. This net formed by the power of the extreme Tao enveloped the entire heaven realm. At that moment, the power of the heavenly punishment seemed to have been revived, and it became completely different. The heavenly punishment was incomplete, and it had a form but no spirit. At this time, Jiu Fei formed his own seal, which was imprinted on the heavenly Tao, and successfully activated the full power of the heavenly punishment. Boom! An endless pressure descended from the sky, and the next moment, the local supremacies of the 3 heaven realms, who were still outside the demon race's ancestral land, hurriedly sealed their cultivations. In the heaven realm, some of the unparalleled existences in the dangerous lands were originally ready to make a move, but now, they were like tortoises with their heads in their shells, all of them retreating. However, not everyone was as vigilant as these fellows in the heaven realm. This was because the fellows in the heaven realm all knew some secrets, unlike the outsiders who knew nothing. The truly invincible existences in the heaven realm all hid and chose to seal themselves. However, some unlucky fellows were not so lucky. Roar. In the sky tens of thousands of miles away from the demon race's ancestral land, a figure suddenly rushed out, and the powerful power of a supremacy spread out, shaking the world. This should have been an extremely powerful existence, enough to walk unhindered in the heaven realm, or even the ancestral realm. However, at this time, this person was extremely frightened, and he wanted to break the void to escape, but his entire body was enveloped by a Tao fire. In just a few breaths, this incomparably powerful existence was burned to ashes by the Tao fire that descended from the sky, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene could not believe it. That was a supremacy, but he died just like that. Wasn't it said that the power of heavenly punishment could not punish supremacies and supremacies at the peak of the extreme grade? Gu Fei. What did he do? Countless great demons in the demon race's ancestral land were extremely shocked. Heavenly punishment. An old man suddenly appeared in the demon race's ancestral land and looked at Gu Fei. Uncle, you're finally back. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly became a little strange when he saw the old man. His uncle was extremely unreliable, and when the war started, the old man ran faster than anyone else. Now that the war was over, the old man had returned without anyone knowing. I've come back to avert the crisis. Otherwise, you bastards will be wiped out in one go. The old monster said calmly. You still have the nerve to say that. You seem to be the first to run away. Old Tortoise muttered. Bastard, what are you talking about? Old Monster directly appeared next to Old Tortoise and directly knocked him on the head. Ouch, oh my god. Old Tortoise was in so much pain that tears came out. This demon ancestor is not running away. This demon ancestor is such a disloyal person. No, a demon. Am I such a disloyal, greedy demon? Old Monster said angrily. You have always been one. Old Tortoise whispered. I went to ask for reinforcements. Do you think it's so easy for those 3 big guys outside to come out of the mountain? Only this demon ancestor can ask for their help, Old Monster said proudly. Old Tortoise was speechless. The 3 supremacies of the heaven realm outside were actually invited by his uncle? It can't be. Hee, old friend, long time no see. At this time, 3 figures walked in from outside the demon race's ancestral land. Old Monster directly went to greet them. However, the 3 people ignored him and directly walked past him. They directly walked toward the mountain where Gu Fei was. Uncle, your skin is really thick. Chapter 44:13. Gu Fei illuminated the heavenly Tao and imprinted his own imprints onto the heavenly Tao, successfully activating the true power of the heavenly punishment. In fact, the heavenly punishment was lacking, and he was making up for it. The current heavenly punishment could definitely kill supremacies. There were still some supremacies from the primogenitor realm hiding in the heavenly realm. They hadn't made a move yet, but they had ill intentions. Rumble, the power of the heavenly punishment descended, transforming into Tao fire that burned a supremacy from the primogenitor realm to death. No, more supremacies rushed out from the shadows, wanting to extinguish the Tao fire. However, this Tao fire was incomparably powerful. As long as one was burned, even an invincible supremacy would die. At this time, the heavenly secret mirror of the mysterious heavenly estate did not stop. It was still broadcasting to those who had bought the heavenly secret talisman. What's going on? There are supremacies dying one after another. The heavenly punishment has become so terrifying. Some of the heavenly realm's elders jumped out. At their level of cultivation, they could sense that the entire world had changed. At this time, the powerhouses from the primogenitor realm were all dumbfounded. The ones who had died were all supremacies from the primogenitor realm. Was this targeted? Thinking of this, the dragons from the primogenitor realm started sweating. They hurriedly sent the news back to the primogenitor realm. Some of the big shots that were about to cross over from the primogenitor realm were frightened. Some of them had already set foot on the path to the heavenly realm. After receiving the news, they were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. How could such a powerful force appear in such a backward world? The major forces of the ancestral realm couldn't understand. In their eyes, the heavenly realm was just a backward world. Although there was a flawless great Tao, there were other worlds with flawless great Tao in the myriad heavens and realms, and the heavenly realm wasn't the only one with flawless great Tao. Some worlds were more suitable for cultivation than the heavenly realm, and their great Tao nomological laws were stronger. However, there had never been a world that had the power to kill a supremacy. That was a supremacy. Even in the primogenitor realm, he was a formidable figure. At this time, the big shots of the primogenitor realm realized that the heavenly realm was no longer a backward world that they could casually descend to. Use the ancestral artifact to destroy that world and destroy that arrogant bastard. Someone in the primogenitor realm shouted. However, no one did so. It had to be known that an ancestral item wasn't something that could be used just because one wanted to use it. Furthermore, even the ancestral items of the strongest races were mostly exalted master-level ancestral items. Even the ancestral realm's Yi family's ancestral artifact was only a half-step eternal rank ancestral artifact. It couldn't even compare to Ji Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword. The Yi clan and Ji Fei did not have any enmity. Unless their higher-ups were collectively kicked in the head by a donkey, they would never do such a crazy thing. Of course, in the entire progenitor realm, it wasn't just the Yi family that had a half-step eternal rank ancestral artifact. However, it was impossible for these forces to go to war for Ji Fei and destroy a world with a flawless great path. From that day onwards, the heavenly realm became the forbidden land of the primogenitor realm. More accurately, it became the forbidden land of the extreme Tao sovereigns. You want to kill me? Bring it on. Let's see who dares. Ji Fei's voice spread throughout the entire heaven realm. This, the quasi-supremes from the primogenitor realm and the extreme Tao sovereigns who sealed their cultivation were indescribably shocked. This Ji Fei was still so insolent and domineering. At this time, Ji Fei sat cross-legged on the short mountain of the demon race's ancestral land. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 9 Heaven Stars sword, which had turned into a sword pellet, into his body. The borrowed supreme power was used up, and the 9 Heaven Stars sword turned into a sword pellet. The god within the divine sword began to sleep and would not easily awaken. However, he succeeded in making the heavenly punishment unleash its strongest power. Even the exalts of the primogenitor realm did not dare to appear in the heaven realm. At the same level, he was invincible. Therefore, he did not fear anyone at all. Tao friend Gu. At this time, the 3 exalts sealed their cultivation and directly entered the demon race's ancestral land. They ascended the mountain where Ji Fei was. Ji Fei nodded at the 3 exalts. These 3 stood out at the critical moment, and this made Ji Fei have a good impression of them. The 3 exalts of the heaven realm had already sealed their earth-shattering cultivation. In front of Ji Fei, they did not dare to be impudent and were all incomparably respectful. One had to know that this fella was a ruthless person who killed 6 exalts with 1 sword. At this time, the 3 exalts were in disbelief. After they ascended the mountain, they actually discovered that Ji Fei was only a quasi-supreme's cultivator. In their eyes, a quasi-supremacy was nothing more than an ant. However, at this time, the 3 exalts did not dare to underestimate Ji Fei. At this time, Ji Fei waved his hand and directly put away the mountain and river cauldron. The old man and the middle-aged warrior looked at the mountain and river cauldron in Ji Fei's hand and couldn't help but be moved. This was the legendary supreme Tao artifact that could suppress mountains and rivers. It could block the attacks of exalts. Anyone would be envious of such a Tao artifact. However, not everyone dared to snatch it from him. Tao friend Gu, the heavenly punishment has changed. What exactly is going on? The old man asked carefully. The Tao aura that Ji Fei displayed earlier was so shocking that even their hearts palpitated. I merely activated the true power of the heavenly punishment. Ji Fei said indifferently. The true power of the heavenly punishment. The three exalts were taken aback when they heard this. The heavenly punishment was not a secret to them, as it was formed from the combined power of the most outstanding extreme Tao Supremes in history. However, the power of the heavenly punishment could kill Supremes. Although it was powerful, it could not threaten existences at the exalts level. However, it was different now. The current heavenly punishment could even kill exalts. This way, even exalts of the heaven realm like the old man and the other exalts would not dare to remove the seal on their bodies. Is this the reason why you came to see me? Ji Fei looked at the three exalts in front of him and said. The old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Actually, we would like to consult Tao friend Ji on matters related to cultivation. The middle-aged combatant said sincerely. He had just seen Ji Fei manifest the Tao and sensed that Ji Fei's Tao had surpassed the scope of the extreme Tao. This made him, who had been trapped at the exalts level for countless years and thought that there was no Lu ahead of him, see hope. The hope of breaking through in his cultivation. The Tao cannot be taught easily. Ji Fei shook his head and said. He was not in the mood to discuss the Tao with these three fellows and directly rejected them. Tao friend Ji, the old man quickly said. Say no more. Ji Fei shook his head and said. Tao friend Ji, you just want to give us some pointers. Can't you do that? The middle-aged combatant did not give up. It's not impossible. Ji Fei pondered. The three exalts were surprised and overjoyed. There was a turning point. However, what Ji Fei said next left them dumbfounded. Chapter 44:14. Only if you acknowledge me as your master. Ji Fei's words shocked the world. He actually wanted to accept the three supremes of the heaven realm as his master. Through the heavenly secret mirror, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Those were supreme existences of the supremes. Ji Fei was too arrogant. He was merely a quasi-supreme being. At this time, an old supreme being who had lived for countless years came out to speak. Ji Fei had merely borrowed a supreme power, which was why he was able to kill the 6 High Lords with a single sword strike. That sword was definitely a super-killing weapon. However, Ji Fei might only be able to use such an invincible sword once. Of course, this was the old supreme's guess. No one dared to confirm if Ji Fei could only use it once. What if he could use it a second time? No one dared to take the risk. One should know that they only had one life. If they made a wrong guess, they would be killed by Ji Fei with a single slash. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Acknowledge. Acknowledge me as your master. The old supreme looked at Ji Fei in disbelief. He had lived for countless years and was a primogenitor. Now, this young man actually wanted to accept him as a disciple. The other 2 supreme lords also suspected if they had heard wrongly. There is a hierarchy in understanding the Tao. Those who have attained the Tao are the first. Why? Do you think I'm not qualified to be your master? Ji Fei smiled faintly at the 3 supreme lords. Even though the 3 supreme lords had sealed their bodies and forcefully suppressed their cultivation to the quasi-supreme being realm, the formless aura they emitted was not something an ordinary quasi-supreme being could withstand. However, Ji Fei directly ignored this kind of pressure. He had a carefree look on his face. The 3 great reverends were unable to see through Ji Fei's cultivation. However, they were extremely unwilling to acknowledge Ji Fei as their master. One must know that their status in the heaven realm represented the strongest battle power, and also the supreme prestige. If they acknowledged Ji Fei as their master, wouldn't they be the laughingstock of the world? Tao friend Ji, farewell. Farewell. After saying that, the mysterious supremacy soared into the sky and left the ancestral land of the demon clan. The old man hesitated for a moment before leaving as well. Only the middle-aged fighter with the blood-dripping divine spear did not leave. I, Di Jyotian, have been pursuing ultimate power all my life. Are you sure you can let me obtain ultimate power? The middle-aged fighter stared at Ji Fei with a solemn expression. What? His Di Jyotian? Everyone was extremely shocked. Di Jotian's name was like thunder to the ears of the cultivators in the heavenly realm and the human realm. However, no one had ever seen Di Jotian's true appearance. Some said that Di Jotian was an elegant young master, some said that Di Jotian was an old man, and some said that Di Jotian was a woman. However, no one expected Di Jotian to be a middle-aged man. Of course, this middle-aged man was still very stylish. He held the blood-dripping battle spear in his hand, had stubble, and a well-defined face. He was much better than those little fresh meats. Di Jotian? Ji Yufei was also a little surprised. He had long heard that there was an almost invincible existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. However, he did not expect this person to be the middle-aged fighter in front of him. Ultimate power. What is the ultimate power? I will not teach you, but you can stay by my side, Ji Yufei said calmly. What? Di Jotian was stunned. At your level of cultivation, I have nothing to teach you. You have to figure it out yourself. Whatever you figure out is what you figure out. Ji Yufei had a profound look on his face. This guy is bluffing again. Old Tortoise and his uncle did not go over. They only watched from the side. Old Tortoise had gone through thick and thin with Ji Yufei. To put it bluntly, he knew how many hairs on Ji Yufei's body were. So this kid is a big bluff. Old Tortoise's uncle mumbled. Old Tortoise looked at his uncle with disdain. If Ji Yufei was a big bluff, then this old senior was a super bluff. At this time, Di Jotian hesitated. Ji Yufei would not teach him anything. This was why he hesitated. He had reached the end of his path. Di Jotian felt that if he did not have external help and relied on himself, he would not be able to break through in his lifetime. He was already in despair, but Ji Yufei gave him hope. Ji Yufei suddenly pointed at Di Jotian's glabella. Di Jotian was shocked. His eyes shot out a dazzling divine light. Without thinking, he stabbed with the blood-dripping divine spear in his hand. For a fighter like Di Jotian, the moment he was attacked, he would naturally attack instinctively. Furthermore, it would be a fatal blow. His spear pierced through the space between Ji Yufei's eyebrows. It was fast, ruthless, accurate, and without any hesitation. However, just as he was about to make his move, Ji Yufei's finger had already landed on his forehead. Ji Yufei then quickly retreated back to the boulder. At this time, Di Jotian was frozen. It was as if a body-freezing curse had been cast on him. What's going on? Countless powerhouses who saw this through the secret heaven mirror were stunned. Ji Yufei was really incredible. Even Di Jotian was no match for him at the same level. If Ji Yufei had wanted to kill Di Jotian, he would have died a long time ago. At that moment, Ji Yufei looked at Di Jotian with an unfathomable expression. Di Jotian, who was known to be unrivaled in battle, had actually closed his eyes. He seemed to be comprehending something. Actually, this wasn't much. Ji Yufei had just sent some fragments of his battle with the first demon ancestor into Di Jotian's spiritual sea. Although it had only been a fleeting image, the terrifying silhouette of the first demon ancestor still made Di Jotian's soul tremble. Too strong, beads of sweat appeared on Di Jotian's forehead. He couldn't believe that Ji Yufei was actually fighting such a terrifying demon. The power displayed by these two powerhouses definitely surpassed the supremacy level. Power that surpassed the supremacy level. Could this be the ultimate power of legends? Di Jotian couldn't help but be moved. The fragments that Ji Yufei had sent into Di Jotian's spiritual sea were limited. Di Jotian quickly recovered from his shock. Master. Di Jotian retracted his blood spear and knelt down before Ji Yufei with a bam. What did I just see? Di Jotian actually became the disciple of Ji Yufei? How is this possible? Everyone who saw this through the live broadcast of the secret heaven mirror was stunned. Those who knew how powerful Di Jotian was were in disbelief. You have to think this through. Once you become my disciple, your life and death are in my hands, Ji Yufei said calmly as he looked at Di Jotian, who was kneeling on the ground. I have thought this through. I am willing to follow you, Master. Di Jotian had made up his mind. He was a pure warrior. As long as he could obtain ultimate combat power, he would do anything. All right. As Ji Yufei spoke, he formed a seal with both hands and directly sent Dao seals into Di Zhoutian's body. He had planted a restriction technique in Di Zhoutian's body. When the Dao seals entered his body, Di Zhoutian's body trembled slightly. There was a flash of light in his eyes. When he looked inside himself, he actually couldn't sense the existence of the Dao seals at all. Although Di Zhoutian looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His cheap master's methods were indeed impressive. He knew very well that the Dao seals that Ji Yufei had sent into his body were definitely not something good. Once you become my disciple, your life and death are in my hand. The words that Ji Yufei had just said appeared in Di Zhoutian's mind. Is this what it means to be in my hands? Di Zhoutian already knew what the Dao seals that had disappeared into his body were for. Get up, Ji Yufei said. Yes. Di Zhoutian stood up and took a step forward. He came behind Ji Yufei and stood there quietly. The tip of the divine spear in his hand was still dripping with fresh blood. This was an almost invincible warrior. Countless experts in the heaven realm witnessed this scene through the light screen in front of them. They were all shocked, speechless. That was Di Zhoutian. He actually became Ji Yufei's disciple. This Ji Yufei, everyone found it hard to understand. Di Zhoutian, the old man and the mysterious High Lord were also shocked. Could it be that Ji Yufei could really make them take that step? Did they miss a great opportunity? Rumble, at this time, the power of the heavenly punishment was receding. Almost all the High Lords that came from the ancestral realm had been killed by the heavenly punishment. When the news reached the ancestral realm, it caused a huge storm. It should be known that even in the ancestral realm, High Lords were the primogenitor of a race or the founder of a sect. Once such an unparalleled figure died, the chain reaction would be absolutely unimaginable. A storm was brewing in the primogenitor realm. Even if Ji Yufei wasn't in the primogenitor realm, his name still shook the primogenitor realm. All the big shots in the primogenitor realm knew that all of this was caused by Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei, in the ancestral realm, the second ancestor of the Li clan, stood on a mountain and gritted his teeth. This guy was too good at causing trouble. Even the first demon of the ancestral realm could not kill him. Sooner or later, this guy would kill his way back to the ancestral realm. The Li clan felt the threat from Ji Yufei and had no choice but to run because the Li clan could not afford to suffer anymore. Once the second ancestor of the Li clan was killed by Ji Yufei, the entire Li clan in the ancestral realm would be finished. It was the same for the Celestial clan. This time, the Celestial clan had suffered heavy losses. A new High Lord had actually died in the heaven realm. To the Celestial clan that had just risen up, this was definitely a blow to the head. The Celestial clan was also afraid that Ji Yufei would kill his way into the ancestral realm to settle accounts with them. They had to plan their retreat first. The other ancestral realm experts that had enmity with Ji Yufei also restrained themselves. They did not dare to attack Ji Yufei's territory again. The forces that Ji Yufei had left in the ancestral realm also had a chance to breathe. At this time, the forces that wanted to attack Ji Yufei's territory in the ancestral realm had to first consider whether they could contend against Ji Yufei. Chapter 44:15. Ji Yufei taking Di Zhoutian as a disciple shocked the world. Di Zhoutian was an almost invincible existence in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. His first appearance was to sweep through everything without meeting a single worthy opponent. In many people's eyes, Di Zhoutian was a madman who crazily challenged the powerhouses of both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Anyone who fought against him would either die or be injured. He was a pure warrior who lived for battle. Some people didn't want to accept his challenge, but he went straight to their doorsteps and started a life and death battle with them. The result was that most of them died. Di Zhoutian even went to the demon race's ancestral grounds to fight against the old turtle. However, the old turtle was extremely cunning and didn't accept Di Zhoutian's challenge. He hid in the demon race's ancestral grounds and enjoyed himself. Facing Di Zhoutian's challenge, some people were very cautious and wouldn't accept it casually. However, others didn't care. In the end, An elder from the eastern world of the mortal realm died. The Li clan of the Desolate, the Ju clan, and the Zhao clan all had elders who died. Even a supreme Jiang from the Jiang clan from the mortal realm was injured by the dripping blood spear. It was Di Zhoutian's battle with the supreme Jiang from the Jiang clan that made him famous. One should know that the Jiang clan from the mortal realm was a superforce with a Renhuang. At this time, a Renhuang represented invincibility because there were no supremes in the world and no other Renhuang. Di Zhoutian dared to attack the Jiang clan? He was simply courting death. In the end, Renhuang Jiang didn't do anything. Di Zhoutian floated away. From then on, Di Zhoutian rarely appeared. However, everyone knew that this person's battle prowess had most likely broken through again. He was now extremely powerful. And yet, such a powerful existence had become Ji Yufei's disciple. Di Zhoutian's temperament, the elder who left and the mysterious Great Lord couldn't help but admire Di Zhoutian. He was able to rise and fall at the same time. He disregarded his status and became the disciple of a young boy. The elder and the mysterious Great Lord couldn't do this. They wouldn't become Ji Yufei's disciples. They couldn't lower their status because they were the ancestors of a force that overlooked the world. Without a doubt, Di Zhoutian might not be the strongest amongst the Heaven Realm's native supremacies, but he was the most magnanimous. You can only gain if you give up something. Staying by my side is actually not a bad thing. At the peak of the short mountain, Ji Yufei muttered to himself. Master, at that moment, the Star Beast, Black Wind Supreme, and Shooting Sun Supreme climbed up the short mountain and arrived before Ji Yufei. They looked at Ji Yufei and bowed respectfully. This is, when Di Zhoutian, who was standing behind Ji Yufei, saw the leader of the three powerhouses, his eyes lit up. This was a supremacy. Even though the Star Beast had taken human form and sealed its cultivation, it still couldn't hide from Di Zhoutian's eyes. At this moment, the Star Beast also stared at Di Zhoutian, who was behind Ji Yufei. He instinctively felt that this fellow was very strong, but he did not know how strong Di Zhoutian was. This was because Di Zhoutian had been guarding Ji Yuling somewhere in the demon race's ancestral land. Since Ji Yuling was in seclusion, Ji Yufei naturally had to send his strongest subordinates to protect Ji Yuling. Of course, Yang Er was also there to protect Ji Yuling. Yang Er's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the quasi-supreme realm. After the battle, the Star Beast and the others were summoned by Ji Yufei to the short mountain where Ji Yufei was. Why? Do you guys want to fight? Ji Yufei chuckled. We wouldn't dare. The Star Beast replied hurriedly. Although he said this, his battle intent became even stronger. Ji Yufei's words were like a spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder, igniting his battle intent instantly. Master, I would like to exchange pointers with this daoist. Di Zhoutian held the blood-dripping battle spear in his hand. When he sensed the battle intent from the Star Beast, the battle blood in his body started to boil. Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. As Ji Yufei spoke, he took out a Dao artifact that looked like a black disc. It was the Wheel of Myriad Realms. The Wheel of Myriad Realms flew into the air and expanded rapidly, turning into something that looked like an arena. Let's go up and fight. I'm a little curious as to who would be stronger in a battle of the same level. Ji Yufei chuckled. If they fought on the Wheel of Myriad Realms, it wouldn't affect the world and living beings here. Di Zhoutian didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already on the Wheel of Myriad Realms. Boss, go. Go. The Black Wind Supreme and the Shooting Sun Supreme urged the Star Beast. Roar. The Star Beast took a look at Ji Yufei before leaping up from the ground and charging towards the Wheel of Myriad Realms that was floating in the air. Without any unnecessary words, the two powerhouses directly unleashed their strongest combat skills and charged at each other. Boom. The void shook and rippled like water, but no cracks appeared. The void of the Wheel of Myriad Realms was extremely stable. It was difficult for quasi-supremes to destroy it. At this time, the mysterious heavenly estate was still broadcasting what was happening in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. The mysterious heavenly mirror was a very special supreme Dao artifact. This supreme Tao artifact wasn't used to kill enemies, but to monitor the world. This mysterious heavenly divine residence actually had a great background. Legend had it that the mysterious heavenly estate originated from the heavenly court. Yes, the heavenly court was an extremely ancient term. The heavenly court had appeared in ancient times, or even more ancient times. However, there was no doubt that the heavenly court was extremely powerful in the past. Even though countless years had passed, its relics still existed, as though even time could not erase them. The mysterious heavenly estate was actually an organization within the heavenly court, an organization that was responsible for monitoring the world. Within this organization, there was an ultimate treasure. This ultimate treasure was the mysterious heavenly mirror. Back then, under the supervision of the mysterious heavenly estate, the countless territories under the heavenly court did not have any disturbances for a long time. However, such a powerful heavenly court still turned into trash. The supreme heavenly palace of the past had become a relic, and the legendary invincible Di had also disappeared. No one knew how the ancient heavenly court had declined, and no one knew why the ancient heavenly court had become a ruin. However, one thing was known to all. The ancient heavenly court had been attacked. Who and what force dared to challenge the ancient heavenly court? Everyone was curious. This was an ancient secret. In the current era, the heavenly court had become a thing of the past, but the mysterious heavenly estate had been passed down. At this time, Jiu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. In an extremely secretive place far away from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, there was a small world. This small world wasn't very big, but it had a circumference of tens of thousands of miles. In this small world, there were mountains, seas, lakes, rivers, and rivers. The sun, the moon, and the stars alternated. It was like a complete world, because everything in a complete world could be found in this small world. Moreover, the density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this small world was dozens of times that of the outside world. Some places were even immortal caves. The density of the spiritual chi was 100 times or even a few hundred times that of the heaven realm. If Jiu Fei was here, he would find that in the depths of this small world, there was a huge divine spring of life that was swallowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, this small world wasn't a truly perfect big world. Even if this small world operated like the big world, the laws of heaven and earth were very incomplete. Cultivating in this small world might yield twice the results with half the effort in the early stages, but in the later stages, there would be problems. The incomplete laws of heaven and earth led to the cultivation of the cultivators here being incomplete. In the early stages of cultivation, it was still a small problem for those below the sage level. However, it was basically impossible to become a sage here. The laws of heaven and earth in this small world were very incomplete. This directly restricted the cultivators here from becoming a sage. The incomplete laws of heaven and earth couldn't allow people to prove their Tao. Not to mention humans, even if a heaven-defying divine beast was thrown here and grew up, it would still be impossible to cultivate to the sage level and become a divine beast. Within this small world, there were quite a number of humans living in various places, forming various settlements. These settlements were all centered around the city before spreading out in all directions. At this moment, in the center of this small world, in the divine city of Tianji City, on the square, there was a treasure mirror hanging on the ancient altar. A misty divine radiance rushed out from the treasure mirror and formed a canopy in the sky above Tianji City. At this moment, the scene of Jiu Fei raising his head and looking up appeared in the canopy. This, on the ancient altar in the square, the group of elders of the mysterious heavenly god mansion were all extremely shocked. They had a feeling that the gaze of the black-robed youth in the canopy seemed to penetrate through the canopy and see them. This person is not simple. The great elder of the mysterious heavenly god mansion looked at the black-robed youth in the canopy and said in a low voice. At this moment, the projection on the Tianji mirror suddenly changed. Another scene appeared in the canopy. It was an extremely intense battle between Di Jotian and the Star Beast. Under the same cultivation level, I am invincible. Di Jotian's battle robe billowed. The tip of the blood-dripping battle spear in his hand slashed across the void at high speed. The glaring bloody light was extremely demonic. Clang! A star directly collided with the blood-dripping battle spear. The collision caused the spear to shake violently. The star directly exploded. The tyrannical power of the stars exploded and forced Di Jotien to retreat. Invincible with you? Then what am I? The star beast laughed coldly. Although this guy was a new disciple of his master, so what? He would still fight him. He would not hold back. 365 stars directly appeared around him and formed the massive heavenly cycle stars matrix. He rushed towards Di Jotien to destroy him. The star beast fed on stars. It swallowed stars and refined them into the power of the stars. This star beast was an adult star beast. It was extremely powerful. In the ancestors' realm, it was also an overlord existence. Its combat power was not inferior to Di Jotien's. The astral beasts were divine beasts and had a bloodline inheritance. This heavenly cycle stellar killing formation was an inherited divine ability of the astral beasts. As long as the primogenitor's bloodline was awakened, the astral beasts would be able to cultivate this divine ability. Kill. Chapter 44:16. Gu Fei's subordinate, the star beast Venerable, was a supremacy existence. Furthermore, it had attained the Tao in the primogenitor realm. Its battle prowess was strong enough to sweep the heavens. However, the star beast Venerable had met his match at this moment. It was the heaven realm's native warrior, Di Jotien. Di Jotien's cultivation was truly impressive. Although it was a battle between same-level opponents, the battle prowess he displayed was extremely shocking. He was actually able to fight the star beast Venerable endlessly. At this moment, the all-heavens world wheel floated in the void and formed a world of its own. The star beast Venerable and Di Jotien fought in the heaven and earth domain formed by the all-heavens world wheel. Rumble. The 356 stars revolved around the star beast Venerable and formed the heavenly cycle stellar formation. When this killing formation was activated, it was enough to kill a pinnacle quasi-supremacy existence. Of course, this was the power of the killing formation displayed by the star beast Venerable when he was in the quasi-supremacy realm. With this divine ability, the star beast Venerable was practically invincible among same-level opponents. Heavenly cycle stellar formation? Di Jotien roared and charged into the killing formation with the blood-dripping divine spear in his hand. All right. The star beast Venerable's eyes emitted a dazzling divine light that was 100 times brighter than the stars in the sky. This Di Jotien is too arrogant. He actually dared to charge into my heavenly cycle stellar formation. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom. In the next moment, the 365 stars around the star beast Venerable vibrated at the same time and emitted endless starlight. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, as though it was evolving the heaven and earth. Although it wasn't really creating the heaven and earth, the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation formed a void that was similar to the heaven and earth. It was called the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation. Once the killing formation was formed, those trapped inside would be killed as though they had entered a prison of heaven and earth. Di Jotien was Gu Fei's new disciple. The star beast Venerable didn't dare to kill Di Jotien. However, this didn't mean that he would show mercy. On the contrary, he would teach Di Jotien a lesson. Even Gu Fei wanted to know if Di Jotien could contend against the star beast if they were at the same cultivation level. The great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land, as well as the countless experts watching the battle through the heavenly secret mirror, were all nervously watching the battle. However, even an extreme Tao treasure like the secret heaven mirror could not capture the image of the battle between the star beast Venerable and Di Jotien. Little fellow, kneel before me. The star beast Venerable's voice resounded in the starlight slaughter field. In this place, he was the supreme ruler. The life and death of the other party was in his hands. Many huge stars appeared above Di Jotien's head and pressed down on him. The strong power shook the heavens. Roar. Di Jotien roared into the sky and pierced his spear into the sky. At that moment, he finally displayed his true battle prowess. A beam of divine light shot out from the spear and crashed into the stars that were descending from the sky. One after another, the huge stars exploded. The entire slaughter field was almost pierced by Di Jotien's spear. Di Jotien's spear thrust forward with an indomitable might. This was an attack that was filled with confidence and displayed an aura of invincibility. Good heavens! The star beast Venerable was taken aback. This fellow was much stronger than he had imagined. Buzz! At the same time, the slaughter field shook. A huge hand appeared in the void. The endless power of the stars condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Di Jotien. Whoosh! Di Jotien continued to pierce with his spear. It seemed like he was using the simplest attack. However, such a simple and direct attack displayed unimaginable power. The huge hand of stars was immediately pierced and dissipated in the void. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. This Di Jotien is really amazing, an old cultivator exclaimed. Jiu Fei has actually grown to such a level. Even one of his subordinates is so powerful. In the Qin clan's ancestral ground, a group of young experts looked at the sky in front of them. In the distance, the Qin clan's princess, Qin Yarrow, walked out. As an imperial clan, the Qin clan's foundation was incomparably deep. There were also supreme existences at the supremacy level in the clan. Back then, the Qin emperor was already a supremacy. However, one of Jiu Fei's subordinates was actually a supremacy. This made the Qin clan's princess feel a little incredulous. As the princess, no one knew better than her what kind of existence a supremacy was. A supremacy was the strongest existence in the extreme grade realm. In the extreme grade realm, a supremacy had already cultivated the extreme grade realm to the extreme and could no longer advance further. One more step and they would reach the eternal grade. However, the eternal Dao fruit was not that easy to obtain. Otherwise, Di Jotien would not have become a disciple of Jiu Fei. One had to know that a supremacy overlooked the heavens and looked down on the myriad realms. Which of them was not an arrogant existence? How could they easily put down their pride and lower themselves to become a disciple of a quasi-supremacy? Could it be? Qin Yarrow suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Boom! Bam! At this time, in the world formed by the wheel of the heavens and myriad realms, the star beast Venerable was very displeased after being repeatedly humiliated. He immediately appeared in his star slaughter field and attacked Di Jotien with great force. The slaughter field formed by the great heavenly cycle stellar formation attracted endless power of the stars. With the support of the power of the stars, the star beast Venerable's combat strength soared. His fists emitted endless starlight, which was many times stronger than the real stars in the sky. Clang! The star beast Venerable punched the blood-dripping divine spear that was stabbing at him and blasted it to the side. His other fist directly punched at Di Jotien's abdomen. Bam! Di Jotien's left hand formed a seal and blocked the star beast Venerable's punch. In the next moment, Di Jotien was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Fight! Di Jotien extended his hand to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He shook the blood-dripping divine spear in his hand and attacked the star beast Venerable again. The blood-dripping divine spear in his hand seemed to be burning, and divine flames rose. The star beast Venerable did not care what the divine flames on the blood-dripping divine spear were, and he immediately punched. His fists were like two stars smashing towards Di Jotien, and the entire star slaughter field shook violently. At the same time, the star beast Venerable displayed another mystique. The slaughter field froze. The speed of Di Jotien's attack immediately slowed down, and he seemed to be moving in slow motion. Battlefield. Di Jotien was shocked. In the next moment, he had no choice but to use the domain that he had cultivated. This domain was not the power of the domain, but the true domain of heaven and earth. The domain was a minor Dao, and Di Jotien's battlefield was the true domain of heaven and earth. It was like a small world that could not be seen. The moment the power of the true domain surged from Di Jotien's body, the star beast's right fist had already smashed into his true domain and hit his chest. Bam! Capture! The sound of bones breaking was heard from Di Jotien's body, and his entire chest caved in from the impact of the star beast Venerable's fist. His entire body flew backward, and he kept coughing up blood. The star beast Venerable wanted to chase after Di Jotien and give him another punch. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his abdomen. He hurriedly looked down and saw a bloody wound on his abdomen. His flesh had been flipped out, and even his intestines were exposed. What? The star beast Venerable was shocked. Although he had sent Di Jotien flying with a punch, Di Jotien's blood-dripping battle spear had also cut his abdomen. Preposterous! The star beast Venerable was furious. In his opinion, although Di Jotien was very strong, he was still a living being from this backward world. Thus, he looked down on this fella. However, he had no choice but to treat this fella as one of his strongest opponents now. This fella could actually injure him. Furthermore, this was in his own true domain. Boss is actually injured. In the outside world, the Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy, who were standing behind Jiu Fei, were extremely shocked. This living being from this backward world was very strange. Boss is probably going to flip out. The Shooting Sun Supremacy glanced at Jiu Fei and said. Jiu Fei did not say anything, and he still had a calm expression on his face. However, the old tortoise and the great hoodwinker's uncle could no longer sit still. They had never expected that these two people would actually have such powerful combat strength. If they joined forces with Jiu Fei, wouldn't they be able to sweep through the heaven realm and the human world? At this thought, the old tortoise and the great hoodwinker's uncle felt their blood boil. The experts who were watching the live broadcast wished they could be there to watch the battle personally. All of them were staring at the light screen, afraid that they would miss out on any details. Jiu Fei's power has been formed, an old-timer side. From now on, the extreme Tao and supremacies would not appear in the heaven realm, and the strongest would be quasi-supremacies. However, there were also strong and weak quasi-supremacies. At that moment, Di Jotien and the Star Beast Supremacy were fighting fiercely in the heaven and earth formed by the wheel of the heavens and earth. Blood stained the wheel of the heavens and earth, and it was extremely tragic. Master, the Black Wind Supremacy carefully looked at Jiu Fei. Only a life-and-death battle can stimulate one's potential. Jiu Fei said calmly. He would not make a move. He wanted the two of them to gain some insight during the life-and-death battle so that they could make a breakthrough. Soon, the two experts were covered in blood. The left side of Di Jotien's body had almost exploded, but his blood-dripping battle spear had pierced through the Star Beast's body and nailed him in the void. The Star Beast roared as he pulled out the blood-dripping divine spear from his body and howled at the sky. He was going to go all out. Enough. Although Jiu Fei's voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears. Master, the Star Beast immediately stopped and did not make a move. Even the few arrogant fellows became well-behaved and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Boom. Chapter 44:17. The battle between the Star Beast and Di Jotien was evenly matched. Neither had the upper hand. This surprised Jiu Fei. Although the Star Beast and Di Jotien seemed to be fighting at the same level, the Star Beast actually had the upper hand. However, even though the Star Beast had the upper hand, the Star Beast was unable to suppress Di Jotien and gain any advantage in this battle. This made Di Jotien even more heaven-defying. Moreover, this battle was broadcasted live by the mysterious Heavenly Divine Palace using the mysterious Heavenly Mirror. This allowed countless experts in the heaven realm to watch the battle. This battle shocked the entire heaven realm. Now that even the High Lords don't dare to show up, doesn't this mean that Jiu Fei can do whatever he wants in the heaven realm? Someone whispered. The current heavenly punishment had been modified by Jiu Fei. Not to mention the extreme secret realm, even the High Lords who dared to show up would be smashed to pieces by the power of heavenly punishment. Unless the other party was a supreme existence in the eternal realm, which was one level higher than the extreme secret realm, descended. However, there were only a few eternal supremes in the ancestral realm, let alone the heaven realm. Moreover, they were all hidden from the world and were unknown to the world. This way, Jiu Fei could really do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. Even the ancient powers that had existed for countless years did not dare to offend Jiu Fei. Just like the remnants of the primordial era, the descendants of the Sky Demon, and the Buddhist sects, They did not dare to openly oppose Gu Fei. That Fan Xiu has not sent the items over. Is he going back on his word? In the demon clan's ancestral grounds, Gu Fei rubbed his chin and said, "Last time, Gu Fei helped Fan Xiu get rid of the mysterious Yellow Emperor. In order to ask for Gu Fei's help, the little monk Fan Xiu promised Gu Fei 20 drops of immortal godly liquid, 3 golden Buddha fruits, and the secret to refining the 9 heavens godly metal. The secret to refining the 9 heavens godly metal and 3 golden Buddha fruits were quickly sent over by the little monk Fan Xiu. However, the 20 drops of immortal godly liquid did not arrive. This made Gu Fei a little unhappy. Rumble, just as the battle between Di Jotian and the Star Beast came to an end, a loud bang was suddenly heard. After that, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was as if a part of the world had suddenly crashed into the heaven realm. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended from the horizon. Each spatial crack was like a bottomless abyss, causing one's heart to palpitate. A terrifying destructive aura swept over from the horizon, causing countless experts to tremble. What happened? Gu Fei was shocked. This kind of collision between heaven and earth was not simple. He only took a glance at the horizon and knew that it was going to be bad. It seemed like there really was a world crashing into the heaven realm. Could it be that the extreme mysterious realm's lord is here again? Old Tortoise said in shock. The extreme mysterious realm had almost conquered the heaven realm and even threatened the human realm. In the end, even Jiang Renhuang was alarmed. Although the extreme mysterious realm's lord's true body did not descend in the end, it was still a collision between two great realms. During the battle, many people from both sides had died. Some of the heaven realm's superpowers, which had existed for countless years, had completely declined after this battle and been replaced by other forces. It's not that. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and stared at the shattered sky and earth. The aura coming from the shattered sky and earth did not belong to the heaven realm. It did not belong to the extreme mysterious realm. He knew that the extreme mysterious realm's aura was fundamentally different from this aura. The extreme mysterious realm was also one of the myriad realms. However, the aura coming from this world that had suddenly crashed into the heaven realm was different. Boom! Suddenly, a huge tentacle stretched out from the shattered space, and then a shrill cry resounded. One of the saints who was standing high in the sky had actually been wrapped around by the tentacle and dragged into the chaos. What? Everyone was startled. Everyone, a mysterious creature has appeared. What exactly is it? The mysterious Heavenly Mansion's live broadcast continued. This time, they even had a commentator. Who knows what this thing is? This thing is definitely not a creature from the heaven realm. It can actually kill a saint. The live broadcast platform set up by the mysterious Heavenly God Manor was bustling with activity. As long as one had the mysterious Heavenly God talisman, he could project his image and voice onto the mysterious Heavenly Mirror, allowing others to see his appearance and hear his words. It had to be said that the live broadcast platform set up by the mysterious Heavenly Mansion was truly heaven-defying. Furthermore, they charged a fee. Immortal crystals, divine crystals, these were the hard currency of the cultivation world. As long as one was a cultivator, they would use them. However, these were all secondary. The mysterious Heavenly Mansion was actually still using the mysterious mirror to collect all sorts of yuan qi. It did not matter if they did not have immortal crystals and divine stones. As long as they injected a certain amount of yuan qi into the mysterious divine talisman, they could replace the immortal crystals and receive the corresponding services from the mysterious Heavenly Mansion. The yuan qi that a cultivator injected into the mysterious divine talisman would be sensed by the mysterious mirror and absorbed by it. The mysterious mirror could monitor the world and become the heavenly eye. It could also gather the yuan qi of billions of cultivators. As long as there was enough yuan qi, they could create some terrifying things. At this moment, through the live broadcast, the blood of a saint splattered out from the chaos. Needless to say, the saint that had been captured by the tentacles was definitely in trouble. Rumble, heaven and earth were still collapsing. Countless amounts of chaotic chi rushed out and only stopped after half a day. Then, A chaotic rift that was billions of miles long appeared in the heaven realm. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty, isolating all divine thoughts. It was the place where the laws of heaven and earth collided. It was the most chaotic place. Moreover, there were unknown creatures appearing from time to time in the chaotic rift. Some experts who went to investigate were attacked before they could even get close. Some unlucky fellows lost their lives immediately. However, there were also some fearless fellows who charged into the primal chaos. Some of them came back alive and revealed things that shocked everyone. After entering the primal chaos rift, it was actually a primal chaos world that seemed to have no end. In this primal chaos world, there were powerful primal chaos creatures roaming about. Those chaotic creatures were carnate life forms born from the chaos. No wonder they could kill saints. Chaotic creatures could also be called carnate life forms or carnate godfiends. Among the carnate godfiends, those born from the chaos were the strongest. That was because they were carnate godfiends. They were life forms that had existed before the world was created. It could be said that they were the first batch of life forms after the world was created. Chaotic world? That's not it at all. A ray of light flashed across Ji Yufei's eyes. Chaotic world was a world that had already been created but was still shrouded in chaotic chi. Back then, he had trained there for a period of time. However, he was sure that the world behind the chaotic rift was not a chaotic world. Should we go in and take a look? Old Tortoise had already arrived at the mountain where Ji Yufei was. Di Jotian and the Star Beast, who were standing behind Ji Yufei, were a little tempted. This was a brand new world that they wanted to see for themselves. It was especially so for Di Jotian. He was a natural-born warrior. There were actually chaotic creatures appearing in the Chaos Rift. He really wanted to go and fight with them. One had to know that chaotic creatures were pitilessly strong and could easily slay saints. Let's take a look first. Ji Yufei was very calm. He had once been an eternal paragon and looked down on the primogenitor's realm. Could the world behind the chaotic rift compare to the primogenitor's realm? Yes. The crowd nodded. Now was not the time to be rash. Let the others take the lead first. As expected, many were restless, especially those from the primordial era. A land of primordial chaos like this nurtured great fortunes. Once obtained, one would soar into the sky and become a peerless powerhouse. Of course, these fortunes were not so easily obtainable. Soon enough, some of the factions joined forces and sent their elites into the chaotic rift. At this time, Qin Yarrow, who had already taken Yang as her master, came again. Qin Yarrow was practically treating the monster race's ancestral land as her own home. Disciple Qin Yarrow greets master. She first went to see Yang. By this time, Ji Yuling had already come out of seclusion. Ji Yuling's cultivation had increased greatly and she was about to catch up to Yang. This made Qin Yarrow very envious. How exactly did this fellow Ji Yufei teach Ji Yuling, this cheap senior apprentice sister? Qin Yarrow took Yang as her master more or less because she was scheming. As the princess of the Qin clan, there were times when she couldn't control herself. This was the sorrow of being a holy daughter of an emperor race. Given Ji Yufei's current status in the heaven realm, so what if it was the Qin clan? He could directly disregard them. So what if it was the ancient desolate era? All of them were defeated by him. The primogenitor devils from the primogenitor realm were all beaten back by Ji Yufei. The 7 supremacies from the primogenitor realm arrived at the same time and 6 of them were slain by Ji Yufei with a single sword strike. The other one was very lucky and was taken away by the old man in a tattered sack. Although he could be spared from the death penalty, falling into the hands of the old man wasn't any better than death. Father, I want to go temper myself. After that, Ji Yuling went to find Ji Yufei. Beside her was Qin Yarrow. Tempech, you dare to seduce my daughter? Ji Yufei glanced at Qin Yarrow and spoke expressionlessly. There was no need to ask. This was definitely Qin Yarrow's doing. She wanted to drag Ji Yuling into the primal chaos rift for an adventure. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Yarrow stuck out her tongue and hurriedly hid behind Ji Yuling. Father, I want to break through. Ji Yuling spoke. She didn't want to be a burden to Gu Fei. She didn't want to hide behind her father, Gu Fei, whenever something happened. Gu Fei could tell Gu Ling's current state with a single glance. This daughter of his was truly incredible. She was already half a step into the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. Alright, but you guys have to make a trip to the Western Desert first to help me retrieve some things. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before agreeing in the end. That was because he knew very well that only by experiencing blood and tears could one become a true peerless expert. Back then when Gu Ling stepped on the human race's ancient path, Gu Fei didn't say anything. Yes, father. Gu Ling spoke and bade farewell to Gu Fei before leaving the demon race's ancestral ground. Chapter 44:18. The appearance of the Chaos Rift was the result of the collision of two great worlds. The unknown world directly crashed into a corner of the heavenly realm. The laws of the two great worlds collided and intertwined, forming this Chaos Rift that was billions of miles long. At this time, the major factions of the heavenly realm were restraining themselves and observing. However, some rogue cultivators and small sects formed expeditions to enter the Chaos Rift. There were great opportunities in the Chaos Rift. This was absolutely true, because someone obtained a Chaos Lotus in the periphery of the Chaos Rift. Of course, due to its age, this Chaos Lotus was only a divine herb. Although it was a Chaos Lotus seedling, it was still very rare. When the Chaos Lotus seedling was discovered, a bloody battle ensued. Many people died, and in the end, the goddess of the heavenly realm's Zhao family obtained it. The Zhu family's young immortal emperor was also making a move, but he was a step too slow. These ancient desolate factions had only sent a few junior disciples to explore the periphery of the Chaos Rift. The mysterious Heaven Estate had also set up a Sky Eye in the Chaos Rift to provide a live broadcast service for cultivators. One had to admit that the mysterious Heaven Estate was quite capable. Boom! Just as the major factions were probing the Chaos Rift, a supreme energy wave suddenly appeared in the Chaos Rift. All the cultivators who entered the Chaos Rift were shocked to the extreme. The chaos creatures in the Chaos Rift seemed to have been provoked by something and attacked the cultivators who entered the Chaos Rift in a frenzy. Run! The cultivators outside the Chaos Rift immediately fled. These creatures of chaos might not be that strong in terms of cultivation, but their fleshly bodies were extremely tough. Not even sacred artifacts could shake some of them. Of course, not all the chaos creatures were so monstrous. The chaos creatures in the periphery of the Chaos Rift were all low-level creatures. However, most of the low-level chaos creatures were beasts. Once the beast tide erupted, even the Zhu family's young immortal emperor and the Zhao family's goddess would have to flee for their lives. The chaos expert in the depths of the Chaos Rift made his move. A huge chaos figure stood in the midst of the chaos. Boundless chaos energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their souls tremble. Too strong. His at least a quasi-supreme, even the Zhao family's goddess was running for her life. The chaos beast tide was too terrifying. Countless cultivators were caught up and torn to pieces. Kill. A saint's entire body was filled with boundless sword light. Everywhere the sword light passed, large swathes of chaos beasts fell to the ground. He protected more than 10 disciples and wanted to charge out. Clang. At this moment, multiple golden chaos beasts appeared. One of the golden chaos beasts used its claws to crush the sword light that was flying towards the saint. Then, it used its claws to pierce through the saint's chest, pulling out his heart. A few gold chaos beasts pounced forward and tore this saint into pieces before devouring him. Grandmaster is dead. Save me. The dozen cultivators were scared out of their wits by this scene. Countless chaos beasts surged forward and drowned these cultivators in an instant. Outside the Chaos Rift, countless cultivators were fighting with their lives on the line. No one wanted to die. However, in this endless wave of chaos beasts, the human cultivators were too insignificant. They were directly drowned. Only a small number of people managed to escape from the Chaos Rift. On this day, the heaven realm was shaken, the human world was shaken, and even the experts from the primogenitor realm were shocked. What world is this? Is there an imprint of this world in the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms? The experts from the primogenitor realm all had powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, they would not have crossed realms and come to the heaven realm. I don't know. That Gu Fei has the Wheel of Heavens and 10,000 realms. Maybe he knows if this is one of the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms, someone said. Wheel of Heavens and 10,000 realms. The experts from the primogenitor realm did not say anything. Gu Fei was an unparalleled savage. He dared to fight with the primogenitor first demon. The primogenitor first demon had even risked his life to send Gu Fei into samsara. No one dared to go near such a savage. The Chaos Beast wave lasted for a full month. All the cultivators who had entered the periphery of the Chaos Rift had been wiped out by this beast wave. Of course, there might be some lucky fellows who survived. However, there were very few of them. Most of them had become food for the Chaos Beasts. In the demon race's ancestral land, the old turtle, Gu Fei, and the old turtle's uncle were drinking tea and chatting on a short mountain. Their days were carefree. Di Jotian and the star beast Venerable stood in the distance. I say, Brother Gu, are you sure that your daughter is going to look for Fan Xiu? The old turtle put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Gu Fei with a smile that was not a smile. What's there to be worried about? Gu Fei picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. There was a piece of leaf floating in the teacup. There was a natural pattern on the leaf, and there was a faint spiritual light coming from the leaf. Although it was only a small piece of leaf, it gave off a sweet fragrance. The entire cup of tea was dark green like jade. Hehe, that Fan Xiu is not a good monk. The old turtle laughed evilly. I say, did you treat me to tea today just to say this nonsense? Gu Fei said indifferently. Hehe. The old turtle laughed awkwardly and said, then I won't talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. What do you think about the Chaos Rift? The old turtle's uncle pricked up his ears. Do you think I'll be interested? Gu Fei suddenly smiled and shook his head. No matter what kind of heaven-defying creation there was in the Chaos Rift, it was dispensable to him. One should know that he was once an eternal supremacy who was even stronger than an extreme supremacy. What kind of opportunity had he not seen? I heard that the Wheel of Heavens and Realms in your hand can distinguish whether a world belongs to a world within the myriad heavens and realms. The old turtle thought for a moment and said, is that so? It was the first time that Gu Fei heard of such a thing. The Wheel of Heavens and Realms has the imprint of the myriad heavens and realms, the old turtle's uncle continued. Huh! Gu Fei was startled when he heard that. It seemed to be true because he had used the Wheel of Heavens and Realms before. This supreme Tao tool was really imprinted with countless imprints of the heavens and realms. He then turned his right hand and the Wheel of Heavens and Realms immediately appeared in his hand. When Gu Fei took out the Wheel of Heavens and Realms, the old turtle and his uncle were moved and extremely envious. This was the supreme treasure of the ancestral realm. Soon, Gu Fei put away the Wheel of Heavens and Realms. That world is actually not one of the myriad heavens and realms. Interesting. Gu Fei muttered to himself. What? The old turtle and his uncle were shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. The world that crashed into the corner of the heaven realm was actually outside of the myriad heavens and realms? Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. No one knew what the world outside of the myriad heavens and realms was. Not long after, the conversation between Gu Fei and the old turtle was heard by others. Everyone was inexplicably shocked that there really was a world outside of the myriad heavens and realms. Even Gu Fei was a little curious. The interior of the Chaos Rift gradually calmed down. After the beast tide of chaos broke out, no one dared to enter casually again. More than 3 months after the beast tide ended, some people became restless again. It was all because the opportunities in the Chaos Rift were too attractive. Whether it was divine medicine or rare immortal treasures or divine metal, as long as one could obtain them, one would be rich. It was worth gambling with one's life. At this time, in the Western Desert, there were still powerful purgatory masters appearing in the extreme Western Purgatory. From time to time, there would be powerful purgatory masters attacking the Western Desert Buddhist lands. Outrageous, those fellows are too cunning. The sky had just brightened when a Buddhist sect formidable martial artist appeared in a valley. "I'm late, my Buddha is merciful." The Buddhist sect formidable martial artist looked at the destroyed houses in the valley and the countless corpses on the ground. He could not help but frown. "Brother Buddha, what's going on?" Another Buddhist sect formidable martial artist appeared. "The Purgatory Masters did a good job." The Buddhist sect formidable martial artist sighed and turned to leave. It was nothing new for the Purgatory Masters to wreak havoc in the Western Desert. Although the great evil Xian Huang had been taken care of by Ji Yufei, the other Purgatory Masters were still around. Although these Purgatory Masters could only seal their own cultivation and suppress it to the quasi-supremacy realm, they did not fight with the Western Desert Buddhist lands. The Purgatory Masters were unscrupulous. Wherever they went, all living beings would be killed. They came and went like ghosts. Even the little monk Fan Xiu had a headache dealing with them. On this day, another Purgatory Master descended. He directly charged into a city and started a massacre. He did not even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. He was extremely cruel. That is, in a forest, more than 10 black figures were moving quickly. They were chasing a man and a woman. This man and woman were both cultivators. They were not Buddhist sect disciples. "Shu Chen, what are you trying to do?" The male cultivator who was being chased shouted angrily. These people were the subordinates of the Shu Chen Purgatory Master. They were all brave and ruthless. "How dare you call my master by his name?" The leader of the black-robed men immediately used a mystique and instantly appeared in front of the man and woman. He blocked their path and stared at them viciously. "Why are you wasting time talking to these people? Just kill them." The leader of the experts roared angrily. Yes. Everyone obeyed. However, at this moment, the black-robed men attacked. They were like ghosts. The man and woman could only block their attacks and could not fight back. Whoosh! There was a flash of blood. The male cultivator screamed in pain. His back was slashed, and a bloody wound appeared. Blood splattered everywhere. "Black and white sages, are you not going to surrender?" The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. "Kill." What responded to the leader of the black-robed men was a dazzling sword light. The power of the sword Dao mystique that the man and woman used together increased greatly. However, the man and woman could not withstand it. With a flash of the blade, the white-robed woman's shoulder was slashed. Her entire left arm was almost chopped off. "Kill. Kill these two fellows for me." The leader of the black-robed men roared crazily. The group of black-robed men immediately rushed forward. Just as the black and white sages were about to die under the slashes, a sword pierced over from the side. Chapter 44:19. Heaven Realms Western Desert. Ever since the great calamity Xian Huang's battle, the entire Western Desert had not been peaceful. The great calamity Xian Huang was one of the 7 Purgatory Masters of extreme Western Purgatory. After Xian Huang was captured by Ji Yufei, another Purgatory Master fell in the war with the Buddhist sect. Right now, the extreme Western Purgatory only had 3 Purgatory Masters guarding it. Void Purgatory Master was one of the 3 Purgatory Masters. With the fall of the other Purgatory Masters, Void Purgatory Master finally stood up. He and the other 2 Purgatory Masters divided the other Purgatory Masters' territories. These 3 Purgatory Masters would not rest until Western Desert's Buddhist sect was dead. However, Western Desert's Buddhist sect had suffered great losses in the great calamity of the demon. But Myriad Buddha Palace was still there, and so was Little Monk Fan Xiu. Little Monk Fan Xiu had many experts under him, such as Buddhist Lord Mo Luo, Shaolin Buddhist Lord, and Buddha Ran Bei. Golden Eagle Buddha Lord was somewhat unlucky. When the great calamity Xian Huang had ravaged the Buddhist lands, he had been smashed into meat paste by the great calamity Xian Huang. Even Golden Buddha Mountain and Shaolin Ancient Temple had been destroyed by Xian Huang. Only Myriad Buddha sect was left. In the Great War with extreme Western Purgatory, Western Desert's Buddhist sect had the upper hand. Because they had great killing weapons, 2 Purgatory Masters had been killed by surprise. Void Purgatory and the other Purgatory Masters were naturally frightened and retreated to extreme Western Purgatory. Large-scale conflicts between extreme Western purgatory and Western deserts Buddhist lands would not happen in the near future. However, small skirmishes would not happen. Especially when the three purgatory masters were unscrupulous in dealing with Western deserts Buddhist lands. This time, Void Purgatory's subordinates had secretly infiltrated Western deserts Buddhist lands to wreak havoc. They had been discovered by twin sages of Black and White, so they had chased after them for millions of miles. Twin sages of Black and White had been unlucky. They had encountered these purgatory fanatics and had been injured in a single exchange. They had to flee. Just as the two saints of Black and White were about to be dismembered by the purgatory zealots, a sword light flew over. With a flash of the sword light, all the purgatory zealots except for their leader in black were instantly killed. This sword, when the two saints of Black and White sensed the power of the way of the sword that erupted from the sword light, they could not help but be shocked. The person's way of the sword was definitely far above theirs. The sword light disappeared, and a veiled woman appeared in front of the Black-White sages. This was an unremarkable woman dressed in coarse cloth and carrying a seemingly rusty iron sword on her back. Her entire person gave off a feeling of being travel-worn. The Black-White saints were in disbelief. Was it really this fellow who had saved them just now? The two saints of Black and White came from the same great sect. The reason they had appeared in the Western Desert was because they wanted to roam the world and gain experience. They were fellow apprentice brothers and sister. "Was it you who saved us just now?" the white-clothed woman said with a lingering fear in her heart. "They were almost killed just now." The masked woman nodded. "You're also a sword cultivator?" The black-clothed man glanced at the iron sword on the masked woman's back and said. The masked woman said nothing. "Isn't that obvious?" The white-robed woman looked at the black-robed man with displeasure. "Haha, that's true." The black-robed man came to a realization. This woman had just killed a dozen mad disciples of the extreme Western purgatory with a single strike of her sword. *****, do you think that I, the mad god of purgatory, am invisible? The black-robed leader saw that the three of them were only talking and no one was paying attention to him. This feeling of being ignored made him extremely unhappy. The consequences would be dire. The mad god of purgatory was a general under the master of the void purgatory. He was far more powerful than the subordinates that the masked woman had just killed. Boom! The mad god of purgatory's body trembled as a violent force burst forth from his body. Black gas filled the sky and covered half of the sky. It was as if a peerless demon had been born, and the entire sky darkened. "This is, great sage, he's a great sage," the white-robed woman exclaimed. They were only sage kings, not even sage emperors. This fellow was actually a great sage. Just thinking about it made their scalp go numb. They could only blame this fellow for injuring them with a single strike. This fellow was playing a game of cat and mouse. Fortunately, they had met this plain-robed woman. Otherwise, they would have died today. "You two brats, you really don't know your place. Die." The mad god of purgatory grinned as he reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the two sages of Black and White. The power of a great sage surged from his hand and instantly covered the sky. The two sages of Black and White were scared out of their wits. Layers of divine light surged from their bodies. That was their Tao treasures being activated. However, the layers of divine light that covered the two sages of Black and White shattered under the huge hand. The Tao treasures that they were wearing were also destroyed. Seeing that the two sages of Black and White were about to be grabbed by the mad god of purgatory, a sword chime was heard. The next moment, a ray of sword light shot out from the plain-robed woman's body and instantly split the huge hand in half. Whoosh! The sword light flashed again. Then, the black aura that filled the sky disappeared. The mad god of purgatory's dead fish eyes widened as he stared at the plain-robed woman in disbelief. His violent and ferocious aura was nowhere to be seen. He wanted to say something, but his throat gurgled. In the end, he did not say anything. At this moment, the two sages of Black and White finally saw that a vertical mark had appeared on the mad god of purgatory's forehead. Blood was seeping out of that vertical mark. The two sages of Black and White's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Then, the mad god of purgatory fell to the ground. The guy who had been acting all high and mighty just a moment ago had died just like that. Killing a great sage with a single strike? The two sages of black and white were shocked. They did not expect this inconspicuous woman to be so powerful. Haha, sister, you're too powerful. I wonder who your master is. The white-robed woman's attitude towards the plain-robed woman had changed completely. Such a powerful person must not be a nobody in the heaven realm. Her master must have a powerful background. I'm a lone cultivator. I don't belong to any faction, the plain-robed woman said. A lone cultivator? The two sages of black and white immediately wanted to rope her in. Of course, they could not trust the plain-robed woman's words completely. Ding Qiong, Fu Shui, why are you two still here? The immortal abode in the Chaos Rift is about to open. Why don't you go and try your luck? At this moment, three figures rushed over from afar and landed on the ground. Three experts appeared. Senior Uncle Chi, Senior Uncle Mu, Senior Brother. Ding Qiong and Fu Shui were overjoyed when they saw the three of them. Come with us. The senior Uncle Chi said as he turned into a ray of light and shot up into the sky. The other two quickly chased after him. Sister, what's your name? The white-robed woman, Fu Shui, looked at the plain-robed woman. Ji Ling. The plain-robed woman was a man of few words. Sister Ji, my sect discovered an immortal abode in the Chaos Rift. Are you interested in taking a look? Fu Shui invited Ji Ling Shaw. Ji Ling was also going to the Chaos Rift to train, so she agreed to tag along. Senior Brother Ding, why are you in a daze? Fu Shui nudged Ding Qiong. Ah. Ding Qiong snapped out of his daze. He felt that he had heard the name Ji Ling somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The three of them shot up into the sky and headed for the Chaos Rift. The Chaos Rift was very long. Even in the Western Desert, there were entrances to it. Moreover, there were many scattered rifts in other parts of the heavenly realm. Through these scattered chaos rifts, one could also enter the region within the rift. The appearance of the Chaos Rift was the result of the collision of the heaven and earth powers between the two great realms. Originally, there was no Chaos Chi in the region enveloped by Chaos Chi. Because of the appearance of the Chaos Rift, the region would be shrouded in Chaos Chi. At the intersection of the two realms, the primordial spirit Chi was vast. All kinds of living beings that came into contact with the Chaos Chi would become chaotic beings. Some living beings were even born from the Chaos Chi. At the intersection of the two realms, all living beings evolved very quickly. To a certain extent, this was already a kind of fortuitous opportunity. At the periphery of the Chaos Rift, other than chaotic beings, there were also all kinds of spirit herbs and divine herbs. There were even some immortal abodes from the other world that had appeared. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. Ji Ling's goal in coming to the Western Desert was to help her father collect a debt. When Ji Ling arrived at the Myriad Buddha Palace, little monk Fan Shou personally came out to welcome her. When she handed the jade bottle containing 20 drops of immortal god liquid to Ji Ling, little monk Fan Shou's heart bled. That was 20 drops of immortal god liquid. This poor monk is a man of his word. That was what little monk Fan Shou said when he sent Ji Ling off. Ji Ling directly turned around and gave him the middle finger. Niece, what are you doing? Little monk Fan Shou's face twitched. Chaotic beings appeared at the periphery of the Chaos Rift. However, somewhere in the Chaos Rift, 9-colored immortal light rushed out. An immortal abode was faintly discernible in the depths of the mountain range. There were powerful figures appearing near the immortal abode. When Ji Ling and the others arrived, the Zhao family, Zhu family, and Li family had already arrived. These families had all sent sages. Apart from these ancient factions, there were also experts from other sacred grounds. Ding Qiong and Fu Shui came from the Tai Ching sacred ground. The Tai Ching sacred ground was a large sect in the heaven realm. There were many experts in the sage realm. There were quasi-supremes in the sage realm. They were not weaker than the ancient factions. Uncle Master Qi, eldest senior brother, Ding Qiong and Fu Shui brought Ji Ling to where the people of the Tai Ching sacred ground were. Holy Venerate. The person leading the Tai Ching sacred ground was actually a holy venerate. This was a holy venerate leading the team. Greetings, Grandmaster Mu. Ding Qiong and Fu Shui were shocked when they saw the white-haired old man. They did not expect Grandmaster Mu to come. This Grandmaster Mu had not come out for many years. Ji Ling stood at the side and ignored everyone. Where did this little fellow come from? How rude. Why aren't you coming over to greet our seniors? At this moment, someone suddenly looked at Ji Ling and said coldly. Chapter 44:20. The news that an immortal abode was about to appear in the Chaos Rift spread and immediately alarmed everyone. Countless experts rushed to the Chaos Rift at the same time. Everyone wanted to obtain the so-called great opportunity. It was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. No one was willing to miss it. At that moment, the immortal abode was still faintly discernible. However, countless experts had gathered around the immortal abode and everyone was watching. The entire immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos. From time to time, one could see chaos lightning appearing around the immortal abode like the light of destruction. Even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, one could still sense the aura of destruction sweeping over. Little fellow, why aren't you coming over to greet our patriarch? At that moment, an elegant young man in white clothes looked at Ji Ling in disdain from the Grand Pure Sacred Lands camp. Beside the young man in white clothes was a white-haired old man. The old man was surrounded by everyone like stars surrounding the moon. He had a proud expression on his face. He was a powerful holy venerate who was only a step away from becoming a quasi-sovereign. He was an important existence in the Grand Pure Sacred Land. Senior Brother Bai, fellow Daoist Ji is Senior Brother Ding's and my savior. Fu Shui stared at the young man in white clothes and said coldly. Junior Brother Bai Chen, what do you mean? Ding Qiong's expression became a little ugly. Their relationship with Bai Chen was a little complicated. At that moment, the other disciples of the Grand Pure Sacred Land did not speak and were all looking at them. Bai Chen was a direct descendant of the Bai family of the Grand Pure Sacred Land. The Bai family was one of the three major forces of the Grand Pure Sacred Land. The other two major forces were the Fu family and the Mu family. The Mu family of the Grand Pure Sacred Land had nothing to do with the Wood clan of the ancestral world. The Wood clan of the ancestral world that Ji Fei destroyed back then was not human, but the Mu family of the Grand Pure Sacred Land was human. The Bai family originally wanted to join forces with the Fu family, but Fu Shui was with Ding Qiong. Ding Qiong was not a member of the three major families. The current Holy Lord of the Grand Clear Sacred Realm did not come from the three major clans. This could be said to be an anomaly in the Grand Clear Sacred Realm. One must know that the position of the Holy Lord had always been held by the three major clans. However, the current Grand Pure Sacred Leader appeared out of nowhere when the three families were fighting for the position of the Sacred Leader. He directly defeated the competitors of the three families and became the Sacred Leader. Ding Qiong was the successor of the Grand Pure Sacred Master. The Fu families Fu Shui and Ding Qiong were together. The other two families knew what the Fu family was planning. However, Fu Shui was the most beloved granddaughter of the Fu family's patriarch. The other disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm did not dare to say anything, but Bai Chen was fearless. Bai Chen was the most outstanding successor of the Bai family. Although he was young, he had already reached the peak of Saint Ruler and could break through to Saint King at any time. It's nothing. Isn't it only natural for juniors to pay respects to their seniors? Bai Chen shrugged and spoke as if nothing had happened. Fu Shui glared at Bai Chen angrily. How could she not know what Bai Chen was doing? This guy wanted to sow discord between the Fu family and the Mu family so that he could reap the benefits. The patriarch of the Mu family was still sitting cross-legged in the void with a smile on his face. He looked at the scene indifferently, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Junior Martial Sister Fu, could it be that Martial Ancestor Mu is not qualified to accept a bow from your savior? Bai Chen's lips curled up as he sneered. That's right. With Grandmaster Mu's status, it's only natural for him to receive a bow from a junior. Someone agreed. How arrogant. Junior Apprentice Sister Fu, your savior is really awesome. He even ignored Grandmaster Mu. Impudent and disrespectful. How uncultured. Many disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm mocked. However, Ji Ling still stood there quietly. Even though she was being ridiculed, she remained indifferent. In her eyes, these people were merely ants. At this moment, even Fu Shui felt a little embarrassed. Grandmaster Mu was a senior after all. Even she had to be polite when she saw him and did not dare to slight him. Ji Ling actually treated Grandmaster Mu as if he was invisible. This was too rude. Bai Chen smiled. He was originally a handsome young man, but his smile attracted the attention of the female disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm. Many of them were infatuated with him. Senior brother Bai Chen is too handsome. Senior brother Bai Chen, I want to bear your children. Senior brother Bai Chen, the eyes of the female disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm all lit up. At this moment, even the other disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm felt that Ji Ling was too rude. He's just a sissy. Handsome my ass, Fu Shui said disapprovingly. I wonder what your name is and who your master is. At this moment, Grandmaster Mu spoke. He was a holy venerate, and a peak holy venerate at that. It was very likely that he would become a quasi-supreme and look down on the world. Who would dare to look down on such a person? My grandmaster is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? A young man standing beside Grandmaster Mu looked at Ji Ling disdainfully and said. He did not take Ji Ling seriously at all. Grandmaster Mu was also very displeased. He could tell at a glance that Ji Ling's cultivation was only at the sage realm. His cultivation was not even as high as his great-grandson's, yet he dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Ji Ling did not say anything. He did not care about these guys at all. Ji Ling, you, Fu Shui looked at Ji Ling. Ji Ling? The Mu family's patriarch almost fell from the sky when he heard this name. Why aren't you coming to greet my patriarch? How dare you look down on my patriarch? Do you want to die? The disciples beside Grandmaster Mu shouted one after another. All of you, shut up. Grandmaster Mu roared angrily at the disciples beside him. His forehead was sweating. Could this inconspicuous female sword cultivator really be that person's daughter? Grandmaster, he's just a mere sage. Grandmaster Mu, why did you? Bai Chen still wanted to say something, but before he could finish, he was sent flying by a slap from Master Mu. A few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Grandmaster Mu, Bai Chen was dumbfounded. How dare you? With me here, there's no place for you to speak, Grandmaster Mu roared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Fu Shui and Ding Qiong were dumbfounded as they looked at Grandmaster Mu in a daze. Fellow Daoist Ji, I wonder what's the relationship between Senior Ji Fei and fellow Daoist Ji? Ancestor Mu turned around, and his expression immediately changed. He was filled with fear and trepidation as he carefully spoke to Gulling. His previous arrogance was completely gone. You don't have the right to know. Ji Ling said indifferently. Yes. Grandmaster Mu did not even dare to let out a fart. One must know that there were not many people with the surname Ji in the heavenly realm and the human realm. There was only one female cultivator called Ji Ling. Her surname is Ji Ling. At this moment, Bai Chen suddenly thought of something. His clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Ha ha! Sister, I'm late. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. A purple figure appeared in the distant sky and turned into a purple divine rainbow, rapidly approaching where the people of the Grand Clear Holy Ground were. The powerful aura of a quasi-supreme arrived. All the disciples of the Grand Clear Holy Ground trembled, scared out of their wits. Even Grandmaster Mu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stood up. The newcomer quickly retracted his quasi-supreme being aura and landed beside Ji Ling Princess. Princess Qin Yarrow? Bai Chen's voice trembled as he looked at the purple-robed woman beside Ji Ling. Greetings, Your Highness. Grandmaster Mu hurriedly bowed to the purple-robed woman, not daring to slight her. This was the princess. The Qin clan was much more powerful than the entire Grand Clear Holy Ground. Princess Qin Yarrow was one of the most supreme existences in the world. She was almost invincible as long as she was not in the extreme Dao. Grandmaster Mu, Bai Chen, and a few others turned pale. At this moment, they no longer doubted Jiyu Ling's identity. How could someone who could befriend Princess Qin Yarrow be simple? Moreover, Princess Qin Yarrow had already become the disciple of Jiyu Fei's wife, Yang Er. We're all early. The immortal abode hasn't opened yet. Jiyu Ling turned around and said to Qin Yarrow, "Haha, is that so? I'd like to see what's good in this so-called immortal abode," Qin Yarrow said with a smile. Their ambitions were not in the immortal abode, but they had to make some preparations to enter the world on the other side of the Chaos Rift. This immortal abode was actually left behind by the cultivators of that world. Be it Jiyu Ling or Qin Yarrow, they treated the people of the Grand Clear Holy Ground as invisible and ignored them. Our savior is actually Jiyu Ling, Jiyu Fei's daughter, Jiyu Ling. I knew the name Jiyu Ling sounded familiar. I didn't expect, when Ding Qiong and Fu Shui found out about Jiyu Ling's identity, they were dumbfounded. That was Jiyu Ling. Putting aside Jiyu Ling's father, Jiyu Fei, even Jiyu Ling himself was a peerless expert. With Jiyu Ling's own cultivation, she could talk to the sacred leader of the Grand Clear Holy Ground as equals. Even the sacred leader of the Grand Clear Holy Ground had to be polite to Jiyu Ling. Fellow Daoist Jiyu, Your Highness, Grandmaster Mu said hesitantly. His forehead was sweating profusely. Why are you guys still here? Why aren't you disappearing yet? Princess Qin Yarrow glanced at Grandmaster Mu and the others impatiently. Yes. We'll disappear immediately, Grandmaster Mu hurriedly said before leaving with the group of disciples. Ding Qiong and Fu Shui glanced at Jiyu Ling. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything. They also left. Their intestines were green with regret. They should have supported Jiyu Ling to kill Grandmaster Mu. If they could befriend Jiyu Ling, Grandmaster Mu would be nothing. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom. At that moment, the blurry immortal abode in front of them suddenly shook. Boundless chaotic light rushed out of the immortal abode and pierced through the void. Is it going to open? Jiyu Ling and Qin Yarrow's hearts skipped a beat. Qin Yarrow's eyes especially lit up. Chapter 44:21. A world outside the myriad heavens? In the demon race's ancestral land, Jiyu Fei was refining the 10 extinction devil star. The devil chi contained in the star was too strong. Fortunately, Jiyu Fei had cultivated the Sky Devourer major technique. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to refine the devil chi inside the star. The appearance of the Chaos Rift naturally attracted his attention. However, after discussing it with Old Turtle, he decided to take a look first. This was because he couldn't find the corresponding Heaven and Earth brand on the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Realms that was emitted from the Chaos Rift. In other words, the world on the other side of the Chaos Rift might not be in the Myriad Heavens Wheel. In fact, the Myriad Heavens Wheel was just a general term. No one knew how many complete or incomplete worlds had been born from the ancestral realm. The ancestral realm was like a tree, and the Myriad Heavens Wheel was like a leaf growing on the tree. Each leaf was a world. However, in this world, there might be another tree, or even a forest. This was something that no one could guess or imagine, because there were no records of this in the ancestral realm. In other words, no one had ever jumped out of the ancestral realm. Jiyu Fei had once cultivated to the eternal realm. He vaguely felt that the ancestral realm might not be the end, and that he might be able to transcend the ancestral realm. However, when his cultivation had just broken through to the eternal realm, he had fought with the first demon ancestor. Although he had killed the first demon ancestor, he had also been forced into reincarnation by the demon, and his eternal cultivation had been stripped. He had no time to find a way to transcend the ancestral realm. The eternal realm gave him hope. Now that he thought about it, there might really be another ancestral realm, another tree. The eternal realm was to jump out of the ancestral realm and become an existence on the same level as the world tree. Perhaps he himself would become the world tree, and become another ancestral realm. What's the point of thinking about this now? While the extreme Dao Supremes can't descend to the heaven realm, I have to cultivate to the extreme. Jiyu Fei muttered to himself. At this time, the fist-sized devil star floating above his head emitted streams of devil chi. The devil chi directly entered his body and was refined by him. This kid is already so strong, but is still devouring demonic energy. Could it be that he wants to break through to the extreme grade realm? In the distance, even the old tortoise's heart palpitated when he saw the demonic chi soaring into the sky like a peerless demon. That level of demonic chi was not something he could refine. In his eyes, Jiu Fei was a freak. Old Turtle's uncle stroked his beard and said, "I've said it before. This little fellow is not simple. He's a dragon among men. As expected, I have a good eye." "Uncle, when did you say something like that? Why didn't I know about it?" Old Tortoise looked at his uncle suspiciously. "TSK, I told you when you weren't here." "No way." Uncle glanced at Old Tortoise and said. Old Tortoise's eyes widened. "You can do that?" "Aha." His uncle stopped talking. At this time, outside the Chaos Rift, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. An immortal's residence broke out of the ground. Billions of chaotic lights bloomed, and there seemed to be countless immortal beasts and divine birds circling around it. The immortal's residence that was originally exposed on the ground was only a very small part. Now, the ground was shaking, and bottomless cracks appeared. Large areas of the ground arched up, and the ground was overturned. Dust soared into the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. Someone used the Tianji mirror of the Tianji divine residence to broadcast this scene. Instantly, the world was shocked. Countless experts who received the news rushed toward the Chaos Rift. Such a huge immortal's residence was not ordinary at a glance. This immortal's residence was many times larger than the mountains. The building that was exposed on the ground was already tens of thousands of feet high, and it was still rising without an end. As the immortal's residence slowly rose from the ground, everyone felt extremely depressed. Interesting. Jiu Ling, who was standing next to Qin Yao, could not help but be surprised when she saw this scene. This immortal's residence was not simple. It was too big. To build such a huge immortal's residence was not something that ordinary experts could do. Could it be an immortal's residence left behind by an extreme Dao sovereign? Qin Yao came from an imperial clan. Even if it was an immortal's residence built by her father, it was only SOSO. Whether it's the supreme immortal's residence or not, we'll know very soon. Jiu Ling stared at the immortal's residence that was still rising and said indifferently. She had the strongest inheritance, and her father was even an eternal sovereign. This eternal sovereign was an existence even stronger than an extreme Dao sovereign. Even if this immortal's residence was left behind by an extreme Dao sovereign, it was not very attractive to her. Yeah, if it's a supreme inheritance, it's not a bad idea to use it as a reference, Qin Yao said. The Qin clan was an imperial clan and had a complete supreme inheritance. Otherwise, the Qin clan would not have been able to produce so many experts and stand tall for so long. However, no supreme inheritance could allow them to become an extreme Dao sovereign. They could only become an extreme Dao sovereign by cultivating their own Dao to the extreme. In other words, other supreme inheritances could only be used as references for quasi-supreme cultivators like them. They were not of much use. At this time, they could only rely on themselves to achieve the extreme Dao fruit. Even someone as strong as an extreme Dao sovereign, who could split the heavens and earth, divide yin and yang, reconstruct the world with a wave of their hand, and possess all kinds of unimaginable divine abilities, could not raise a quasi-supreme's cultivation to the extreme Dao realm. If they wanted to become an extreme Dao sovereign, they could only rely on themselves. Borrowing from others was a very good method. That's true as well. Jiu Ling nodded. At their level of cultivation, only by walking their own path could they become an extreme Dao sovereign. They could use the experiences of others as reference. Rumble, at this time, the earth trembled and a terrifying collapse occurred in the Chaos Rift. The entire Immortal's residence finally rose from the ground into the sky. The entire Immortal's residence was incomparably huge, comparable to a continent. Moreover, the entire Immortal's residence was shrouded in layers of chaotic chi. Within the chaotic chi, chaotic lightning flashed from time to time, directly tearing the void apart. Seeing this scene, many experts' expressions changed. This chaotic lightning was not ordinary lightning, but chaotic divine lightning. If struck by it, even a saint sovereign would be blasted to smithereens. This immortal's residence was definitely not simple. There was actually chaotic divine lightning surrounding it. This chaotic divine lightning definitely did not appear for no reason. Someone must have laid down a formation. A bridge to the heavens, crossing the shore. Chapter 44:22. The divine abode appeared in the primal chaos rift, and many experts gathered there. Countless experts wanted to enter the divine abode and obtain the great opportunities hidden inside. However, the divine abode was shrouded in primal chaos chi. Chaotic divine lightning would occasionally wreak havoc in the primal chaos chi. This chaotic divine lightning was extremely powerful. Even holy venerables would not dare to be struck by this divine lightning because they would be killed immediately if they could not withstand it. However, even though people knew how powerful the chaotic divine lightning was, they still took action. Whoosh! A beam of divine light flew over from afar, directly breaking through the chaotic chi outside the divine abode and landing in front of the door. Then, that beam of divine light transformed into a long wooden bridge, which was erected outside the door of the divine abode. Could it be the Buddhist sect's sky-crossing bridge? Someone exclaimed when he saw this. As expected, the crowd saw a white-robed monk walking over from the wooden bridge. He directly walked into the primal chaos, and chaotic divine lightning exploded beside him. However, the white-robed monk seemed to be transparent in the face of the chaotic divine lightning that suddenly appeared around him. He directly walked forward and landed outside the gate of the divine abode. However, when the white-robed monk wanted to retrieve the sky-crossing bridge, a few chaotic divine lightning bolts descended from the sky and directly bombarded the wooden bridge. The wooden bridge was extraordinary. A layer of divine light immediately appeared on it, and it was not immediately destroyed by the chaotic divine lightning. However, the layer of divine light on the wooden bridge quickly dimmed under the bombardment of the chaotic divine lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden bridge was directly smashed by the chaos divine lightning in the next moment. Bitter, the white-robed monk was both shocked and angry. Without the sky-crossing bridge, he would not be able to come out even with his cultivation. Haha! How dare he barge into the divine abode when his cultivation is not high enough? How reckless! Serves him right. He's only a holy emperor, yet he dares to have designs on the divine abode. Lower your voice. He's from the myriad Buddha palace. The people around the immortal abode were all pointing at him and mocking him. However, there were also people who could tell who the monk in white was. Western Desert, 10,000 Buddha Palace. At this time, it was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. After hearing that the white-robed monk came from the myriad Buddha Palace, the voices of discussion immediately decreased. After the little monk Fan Xiu integrated the Western Desert Buddhism, the 10,000 Buddha Palace became the leader. The little monk Fan Xiu had become the true ruler of the Western Desert Buddhism in the heavenly realm. Ever since Jiyu Fei used his great mystic art to complete the heavenly punishment and unleash its true power, those extreme Tao mystic realms and supremacies no longer dared to appear. As long as the extreme Tao didn't come out, a quasi-supremacy was invincible. Currently, no one dared to provoke those sects, great sects, or cultivation clans that had a quasi-supremacy overseeing them. At this moment, everyone was staring at the white-robed monk in front of the immortal abode. The door to the immortal abode was taller than a mountain. The white-robed monk was like an ant in front of the door. He was basically negligible. The tightly shut door exuded an extremely ancient aura. Could it be that the master of this immortal mansion is actually a giant? Open. The white-robed monk had no way out. He could only try to enter the immortal mansion and see if he could obtain a great opportunity. However, no matter how much the white-robed monk activated the Buddhist power in his body, the door to the immortal mansion didn't budge. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. How is this possible? The white-robed monk was a saint emperor, a king among the sages. With such a cultivation level, he could be considered an expert in the heavenly realm. But now, a dignified saint emperor couldn't even push open the door to the immortal mansion. Everyone was shocked. Boom. Just then, a huge cauldron crashed into the primordial chi outside the divine abode with a loud bang. The primordial chi surged and churned violently. Streaks of primordial lightning appeared and struck the cauldron. The cauldron only managed to block a few bolts of chaos divine lightning before it dimmed. Cracks appeared on the cauldron as a result of being struck by the chaos divine lightning. When the cauldron passed through the primal chi and landed outside the door of the immortal mansion, the cauldron was already half ruined. Many of the Tao patterns on the cauldron had been destroyed by the primal lightning and there were cracks everywhere. That was close. A figure rushed out of the cauldron. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green robes. Although he looked harmless, his cultivation level was much higher than the white-robed monks. The peak of the Saint Emperor, someone saw through the young man's cultivation level. "He, little Baldy, let me help you," the man said as he strode forward and tried to push open the stone door of the immortal mansion. However, in the next moment, the man's expression changed. His face turned red. Raw. The man exerted all his strength, but even with all his might, he still couldn't push open the tightly shut stone door. Even two holy masters couldn't push open the stone door? The crowd was dumbfounded. Countless experts who watched the scene through the live broadcast were also shocked. It was just an immortal mansion, but a Saint Emperor couldn't even enter the door. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to ask the ancestor for help. The young man stopped and murmured to himself. At this time, the white-robed monk directly crushed the talismans in his hand. "Sister, should we give it a try?" Qin Yarrow suddenly said to Ji Ling. "No rush." Ji Ling shook her head and sat down in the void. Qin Yarrow was a little surprised. Ji Ling was too calm. This kind of temperament was even better than some quasi-supremes who had lived for countless years. Not everyone possessed this kind of composure. Soon, more than a dozen experts attacked one after another. However, some of them were directly struck by the chaos divine lightning outside the immortal abode. Although some of them managed to break through the chaos divine lightning array with their Tao artifacts, they could not open the immortal abode's door. The quasi-supremes didn't make a move and continued to observe. However, not long after, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Raw. A black serpent rushed over from afar. Its terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone felt the immense pressure. Those with weaker cultivations had already retreated in panic. "It's the black serpent," someone exclaimed. This black serpent was extremely powerful. It wasn't a native expert of the immortal realm, but a powerful serpent from the primogenitor's realm. Boom! The quasi-venerable black serpent directly crashed into the layer of chaotic chi outside the immortal mansion. In the next moment, countless chaotic lightning arcs appeared and all of them struck the black serpent's body. Wounds immediately appeared on the black serpent's body, and blood seeped out from these wounds. Even someone as powerful as the black serpent was injured by the chaotic divine lightning. This kind of divine lightning was too powerful. If it was an ordinary quasi-supremes, they would have long been killed. Chapter 44-23. Finally, a quasi-supreme level existence made a move. Boom! The black aura spread for thousands of miles. A black flood dragon charged from afar and plunged into the layer of chaotic aura outside the residence. In the next moment, countless chaotic lightning bolts were triggered. Rumble, bolts of primal chaos divine lightning that could blast even heavenly sovereigns into smithereens struck the black flood dragon's body. However, it only managed to cause a few scales to fall off. A quasi-supreme level existence's physical body was extremely strong. The black flood dragon directly passed through the layer of chaotic aura outside the residence and landed in front of the gate, turning into a black-robed middle-aged man. The black flood dragon was an expert from the ancestral realm. He had the bloodline of the true dragon and was a distant relative of the dragon clan. Seeing his arrival, the holy venerables who had gathered outside the holy realm residence immediately retreated far away, not daring to approach. The black flood dragon grinned with a vicious look on his face. This fellow was not a kind person. He cultivated a type of divine ability that could swallow his opponents in one gulp. Although this fellow came from the ancestral realm, he had made quite a name for himself in the heaven realm. Especially now that there were no extreme supremes and quasi-supremes, this fellow was not afraid of anyone. A bunch of trash. The Black Flood Dragon glanced coldly at those who retreated. Those who were not quasi-supremes were all ants. Even if they were heavenly emperors, he could still kill them with one slap. Hearing the Black Flood Dragon's words, the sages near the gate dared not say anything. No one was stupid enough to provoke this fellow. Let me take a look. The Black Flood Dragon stood in front of the gate and looked carefully. This huge stone gate was many times bigger than a mountain, and there were some blurry patterns on it. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerable was shocked. This was a type of Tao pattern that he had never seen before. Someone had set up a restrictive spell on the stone door. It was impossible for those little sage-level fellows to open the door. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate. This guy had been standing in front of the closed door for a long time, which made many people feel that something was wrong. Those who knew about the Black Flood Dragon were even more shocked. Could it be that even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign from the Primogenitor realm couldn't open the door to this immortal abode? Even Jiu Ling and Qin Yarrow were paying attention. Roar! The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate suddenly roared into the sky, and a violent flood dragon power erupted from his body. In the next moment, his body shook, and he turned into a giant. The giant's eyes were like stars, and its mouth could swallow the sun and moon. The breath it exhaled formed a terrifying storm. It was as if an ancient celestial being had descended. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerable was about to go crazy. The saints near the entrance of the immortal abode were so scared that their legs were trembling. The weaker saints were so scared that they fell to the ground and shivered. Bam! The Black Flood Dragon slammed his mountain-sized hands on the door of the immortal abode. In the next moment, the ancient runes on the stone door lit up. Rumble! The stone door of the immortal abode, which had been silent for God knows how many years, finally shook. Roar, roar, roar. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate activated the flood dragon power in his body with all his might. Shocking sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. It was the sound of the flood dragon power operating to the extreme. The stone door was slowly pushed open, and there seemed to be a terrifying divine light burning on the giant figure. Just when a crack appeared on the tightly shut stone door, the crack slowed down. In the end, no matter how much strength the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate used, he couldn't push the stone door anymore. Just a little bit more, sigh. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate shook his head. He had no choice but to stop. He didn't expect that he could only push open a crack on the stone door. At this moment, ancient runes began to appear on the stone door, interweaving into an ancient and mysterious Tao diagram. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate was exhausted. He couldn't even maintain his huge Dharma body anymore. The huge figure disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate could only push open a crack on the door of the immortal abode. It was unbelievable. One had to know that this was a quasi-supreme, and a quasi-supreme from the Primogenitor realm at that. He was even a bit stronger than ordinary quasi-supreme beings. What should we do? Many people who saw this scene were indescribably shocked, especially those who knew about the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign. For a moment, no one made a move again. Of course, this was only temporary. The huge immortal abode floated in the chaos crack. Endless chaotic aura surged, and streaks of chaotic lightning emitted a destructive aura suddenly appeared in the chaotic aura. To enter the immortal abode, the first thing one had to overcome was the chaotic aura and chaotic divine lightning. Ordinary sages would be crushed and obliterated if they entered the chaotic aura. Even heavenly venerates would be destroyed if they were struck by the chaotic divine lightning. Only quasi-venerates could withstand the chaotic divine lightning. Of course, there were also sages who relied on powerful Tao artifacts to break through the chaotic aura and enter the vicinity of the immortal abode stone door. At this moment, the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate was exhausted outside the stone door. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily as he circulated a mysterious art to recover his exhausted vitality. Traces of immortal qi seeped out from the crack on the stone door. It was an extremely pure essence qi that could be seen with the naked eye. Within the essence qi, there seemed to be the faint silhouettes of countless living beings. Although the essence chi in the immortal abode was only seeping out in strands, the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate's vitality was recovering rapidly after devouring the essence chi. Interesting. Outside the chaotic aura of the immortal abode, Gulling couldn't help but be moved. The quality of the essence chi in the immortal abode was extraordinary. Even strands of it could allow the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate to recover his vitality quickly. If he entered the immortal abode to cultivate, wouldn't he be able to directly refine the immortal abode's essence chi to break through to the extreme grade? This mysterious immortal abode might really contain great opportunities. Rumble, at this moment, another expert made a move. It was a burly man with a head full of golden hair. His entire body emitted golden light as he directly tore through the chaotic aura and appeared outside the door of the immortal abode with a single step. What, even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Venerate couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this burly man. This guy actually reached the door of the immortal abode so easily. His cultivation could only be higher than his. Golden Lion Clan? Chapter 44-24. Among the Quasi-Supremes, there were strong and weak ones. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme was only at the mid-level of the Quasi-Supreme realm, but the patriarch of the Golden War Lion clan was far stronger than the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme. Boom! The moment the Golden War Lion stood in front of the gate of the Holy Realm Mansion, a domineering aura immediately erupted from his body. Even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover his cultivation, was alarmed and had to retreat. "I didn't expect this clan to come out," someone exclaimed. The Golden War Lion race had once followed the eternal Buddha sovereign. This race was the guardian of the Buddhist path. The Golden War Lion that followed the eternal Buddha sovereign back then was the mount of the eternal Buddha sovereign. Back then, the Golden War Lion followed the Millennium Buddha and fought against the heroes of the world. It made great contributions to the establishment of Buddhism. In the cultivation world, strength was the truth. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The Millennium Buddha wanted to establish Buddhism, so he naturally had to compete with countless experts and subdue all the people and creatures who were not convinced. This patriarch of the Golden War Lion clan was not the old lion that followed the Millennium Buddha back then. However, this patriarch of the Golden War Lion clan was also extremely powerful. His cultivation had broken through to the great achievement Quasi-Supreme realm. In the Heaven realm, where Supremes did not come out, the combat power of this Golden War Lion was definitely enough to run amok in the Heaven realm. Little bug, get lost. The Golden War Lion waved his big sleeves, and the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme who had retreated to the side immediately flew up. He was shaken away by a powerful force and kept coughing up blood. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme was shocked and angry. However, he did not dare to flare up. He stared at the Golden War Lion with hatred and retreated far away. The Golden War Lion did not take the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme seriously at all. At this time, the Golden War Lion directly showed its original form. Endless golden light burst out, like a golden sun appearing between heaven and earth, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Only existences at the Quasi-Supreme level could see the true body of this Golden War Lion. In the bright golden light, a golden lion with 9 heads roared at the sky. The whole world was shaking. Even the stone door of the holy abode in front of the Golden War Lion had countless ancient Tao patterns. The terrifying sound wave directly knocked out the sages near the stone door of the immortal abode. Even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign was shaken to the point where the blood in his body was in turmoil. So powerful, the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign had no choice but to admit that the other party's cultivation was far above his. At that moment, someone broadcasted the scene to the entire Heaven realm through the mysterious Tianji Divine Manners Supreme Tao artifact, the mysterious Tianji Mirror. Countless experts waited in front of the light screen formed by the mysterious Tianji Divine Talisman to watch. Even after countless years, this clan is still so powerful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the insolence of the Golden War Lion. The Golden Lion with 9 heads slammed its claws on the stone door. Rumble, the stone door of the immortal abode moved again. The crack on the door was slowly enlarging, and countless essence chi that was visible to the naked eye rushed out from the crack on the door. The golden lion's 9 heads directly opened their mouths and sucked, and the countless spiritual lights that rushed out from the stone door were all swallowed up by the 9 big mouths. After swallowing the spiritual lights that leaked out from the stone door of the immortal abode, the power of the golden lion became even stronger. At that moment, a powerful wave of power surged out from the stone door, and countless Tao patterns emerged on the stone door, almost covering the entire stone door. Roar. The golden lion encountered a strong resistance. It roared wildly and desperately circulated its power. The golden light emitted from its body was like a jumping divine flame. However, even if the golden lion had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme, it still couldn't push the stone door open. The stone door was pushed open by less than half a foot. However, this was enough. Swoosh. The golden lion directly turned into a golden light and rushed into the stone door. Huh! Seeing this, the black flood dragon quasi-sovereign couldn't sit still anymore. He directly turned into a black light and rushed in through the crack on the stone door. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't sit still anymore. There must be a great opportunity in this immortal abode, and no one wanted to miss it. In an instant, 7 or 8 rays of light suddenly appeared from the nearby area and rushed towards the door of the immortal abode. Like 7 or 8 shocking sword lights, they directly broke through the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal abode. Those big shots easily broke through the obstruction of the chaotic aura. They didn't stop at all, nor did they hesitate, and directly rushed into the immortal abode. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the chaos crack. Everyone was startled by the sudden roar. At this moment, an extremely huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the chaos rift, directly grabbing at the immortal's abode. The huge hand shrouded the entire world, and the incomparably huge immortal abode was enveloped by the huge hand. This huge hand actually wanted to grab the immortal abode. Extreme power. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't know how big the huge hand was, but it directly shattered the void, and even the chaotic aura was dispersed. Just as the immortal abode was about to be grabbed by the huge hand suddenly seemed to have touched something, and actually quickly retracted, dissipating in the void. What's going on? Countless experts were shocked. Deep in the chaos crack, there was actually an existence at the extreme supreme level making a move. The world on the other side was indeed terrifying. However, the extreme supreme that made a move actually retreated. Could it be because of the heavenly punishment? Someone guessed. This was the side of the chaos crack that was close to the heaven realm. Perhaps the mysterious supreme had really touched the power of the heavenly punishment, and thus directly retreated. Only the power of the heavenly punishment could threaten the extreme supreme. Haha, the extreme supreme doesn't dare to make a move. This is a great opportunity that belongs to us. Someone laughed loudly. Hehe, the heavens are really helping me. Someone was extremely proud. Huh. At this moment, Jiu Ling and Qin Yarrow frowned. What's that? Something is coming out from the depths of the chaos crack. Exclamations sounded continuously, and one after another, powerful figures with chaotic aura soaring into the sky walked out from the depths of the chaos crack. Each figure was extremely powerful. The extreme supreme can't come out, so they just send shrimp soldiers and crab generals to their deaths. Someone said disdainfully. Noisy. An angry roar sounded from the opposite group of people. In the next moment, a chaotic divine light directly shot out from the opposite side, instantly piercing through the expert who spoke. Chapter 44-25. The experts that came out from the depths of the chaos rift were powerful to the extreme. One of them pointed with a finger and directly killed a saint from the heavenly world. Can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to come and fight for the immortal estate's fortune? Just a bunch of ants that don't know life from death. The living beings of this heaven and earth are too weak. The experts that came out from the depths of the chaos rift didn't put the cultivators from the mortal world and heavenly world in their eyes at all. Their tone was filled with disdain and disdain. Those who came out from the depths of the chaos rift communicated with their divine sense. Everyone from the mortal world and heavenly world, even the experts from the primogenitor realm, were shocked and enraged. One had to know that even the powerful clans of the primogenitor realm suffered heavy casualties in the heavenly world. Could it be that the living beings on the other side of the chaos rift were comparable to the primogenitors in the primogenitor realm? Who do you think you are? High and mighty rulers? What a joke! I alone will take on all of you. All of you, come and accept your death. At this time, a figure walked over from afar. This person held a halberd in his hand, exuding a strong battle intent. His black hair fluttered despite the absence of wind, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It's him. Everyone was shocked. This person is called Azure Dragon, an expert from the mortal world. Qin Yarrow said to Gulling. Azure Dragon? Gulling was stunned. So this was the expert from the southern desolate Azure Dragon clan that fought with her father in the southern desolate wasteland. The southern desolate wasteland of the mortal world had 4 sacred clans, and the Azure Dragon clan was one of them. In this clan, Azure Dragon was not a person's name, but a title. Only the strongest of the clan was qualified to be called Azure Dragon. That is the great dragon halberd. Gulling glanced at the halberd in Azure Dragon's hand. She once heard her father, Jiu Fei, talk about the time when her father had just started out and fought against the geniuses of the southern desolate wasteland. The Azure Dragon clan's treasure was the great dragon halberd. The halberd in Azure Dragon's hand was pitch black and didn't have any spirituality to speak of. However, Jiu Ling knew that the higher one's cultivation level was, the more one would return to their original state. They would look like a person without a trace of Tao energy. Powerful Tao artifacts were just like humans. They normally didn't reveal themselves, but once they erupted, they would be earth-shattering, displaying all types of inconceivable might. What did you say, you ant? Is he courting death? You actually dare to challenge all of us? You're courting death. The experts from the other world burst into an uproar. There were a total of 13 otherworldly experts, and every single one of them exuded an astonishing aura. They were all holy venerables at the very least, and the 5 strongest among them were even quasi-supreme beings. Ha ha! Do you think you deserve to be dealt with by us together? Since you want to court death, then I'll reluctantly send you on your way. Among the otherworldly experts on the other side, a short and skinny fellow walked out. He sneered and his eyes were sinister. He already regarded Azure Dragon as a dead man. Kill. Azure Dragon didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Taking a step forward, the great dragon halberd in his hand pierced towards the otherworldly expert. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated in the void. The great dragon halberd in Azure Dragon's hand actually turned into a giant dragon, pouncing towards the otherworldly expert. Tao weapon transformation? Seeing this, the otherworldly expert's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he roared madly, and the muscles on his body tensed up. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched towards the giant dragon that was pouncing towards him. This punch was like a landslide, as fast as lightning. The fist force was akin to 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, shattering the void. With just one punch, this otherworldly expert displayed the strength of a peak heavenly venerable without restraint. This scene shocked all the experts who saw it. Boom! With a loud bang, the otherworldly expert's fist ruthlessly slammed into the giant dragon's head. In the next moment, the giant dragon dissipated, and the great dragon halberd appeared. What? He blocked the Azure Dragon clan's great dragon halberd with his bare hands. As long as the heavenly world and human world cultivators knew the Azure Dragon's background, they were indescribably shocked. A random fellow from the otherworldly world could actually block the great dragon halberd with his bare hands. Even Jiu Ling was a little moved watching this scene. Such a powerful physique was truly rare. This otherworldly expert truly had some ability. At this time, the Azure Dragon sneered coldly. With a shake of the great dragon halberd in his hand, the otherworldly expert screamed in pain. His right fist that was blocking the great dragon halberd exploded, followed by his entire arm. The otherworldly expert was sent flying back, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. He's actually not dead. The Azure Dragon was taken aback. This fellow was merely a heavenly venerable, yet he was able to block his attack, and only his arm was injured. If it was an ordinary heavenly venerable, that person would have been smashed into meat paste by the azure dragon. You dare to injure me? The otherworldly expert was enraged. Streams of chaos chi flowed from his body to his broken arm. Very quickly, the flesh, tendons, and bones grew back at a rapid pace. In less than 3 breaths' time, his broken arm had regrown. What a joke! Not only will I injure you, I will also kill you. The azure dragon sneered disdainfully. At the same time, he once again attacked the otherworldly expert. The great dragon halberd in his hand tore through the void, crushing everything in its path. Bang! Without any suspense, the otherworldly expert was directly sent flying by Gu Fei. Stop! The leader of the otherworldly experts shouted. Che! The azure dragon used his actions to answer the otherworldly expert. With a swing of the great dragon halberd, the otherworldly expert's head was directly chopped off. The expressions of all the otherworldly experts changed, especially the black-robed leader. He glared fiercely at Azure Dragon, as if he wanted to skin Azure Dragon alive. Merely SOSO. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Go to hell. The leader of the 13 experts from the otherworldly realm attacked furiously. A huge hand appeared in the void, enveloping the Azure Dragon under it. The ones who will die are all of you. The Azure Dragon's body trembled. In the next instant, he seemed to have merged as one with heaven and earth. Following that, the energy of heaven and earth was drawn over. Boom! The Azure Dragon brandished the great dragon halberd in his hand. Cracks spread out in all directions as the energy of heaven and earth erupted. The giant palm that was grabbing at the Azure Dragon directly dissipated in the air. The Azure Dragon's attack swept across 3,000 li, directly sending the leader of the otherworldly experts flying. His body was nearly split into 2 by that attack. How is this possible? The otherworldly expert Chen Lang was in disbelief. He was a quasi-supreme existence, yet he couldn't even withstand a single attack from this fellow. Che, with this level of cultivation, you think you're so good. You dare to look down on the heroes of the world. What a joke. The Azure Dragon said disdainfully. Hearing that, Chen Lang directly vomited a mouthful of blood. What he didn't know was that the Azure Dragon had already used his full strength in that attack. That was the Azure Dragon clan's supreme innate ability. The Azure Dragon borrowed the power of heaven and earth to defeat Chen Lang in a single strike. Even Big Brother Chen was defeated. The otherworldly experts were dumbfounded. Come at me together. The Azure Dragon held the great dragon halberd in his hand as he swept a cold gaze over the otherworldly experts. Preposterous. The otherworldly experts were shocked and enraged. They had never been looked down upon like this before. This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. Kill. The 5 otherworldly experts roared in anger as they pressed towards the Azure Dragon. The entire space seemed to freeze as the 5 experts exuded an earth-shattering murderous aura. Very good, why aren't you all attacking together? Since you all want to die, then kill. The Azure Dragon's figure flickered as he spoke, disappearing into the void. What? The 5 otherworldly experts were taken aback. They were about to release their divine sense to sense the Azure Dragon's presence. However, just as the 5 otherworldly experts released their divine sense, the Azure Dragon's silhouette appeared in front of them. Kill. The Azure Dragon roared madly as the great dragon halberd in his hand swept out. Shua. Blood splashed as the 5 otherworldly experts were sliced in half at the waist by the Azure Dragon at the same time. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This, not to mention the otherworldly experts, even the experts from the heavenly world and human world were dumbfounded by this scene. This Azure Dragon was too powerful, wasn't he? Even though the 5 otherworldly experts were sliced in half at the waist by the Azure Dragon, with their cultivation bases, they wouldn't die so quickly even if they were sliced in half. However, the Azure Dragon wouldn't let them go. He flicked his finger repeatedly, and a divine light shot out from his hand and pierced through the foreheads of the 5 otherworldly experts, scattering their primordial spirits. Damn it! Another 5 otherworldly experts had fallen. In addition to the heavily injured Chen Lang, almost half of the 13 otherworldly experts had died. This azure dragon, Jiu Ling, looked at the man who looked like a peerless fiend god. He couldn't help but admit that this azure dragon was indeed ridiculously powerful. Even if he were to face this fellow, he might not be able to defeat him. This azure dragon clan isn't the true azure dragon divine beast. I didn't expect such a big character to appear in the azure dragon clan. Qin Yarrow's expression was solemn. Just as the azure dragon was about to make another move, the sound of wind and thunder came from the stone door. In the next moment, everyone saw a hair-raising scene. From the stone door that was slightly opened, a rain of blood and mist of blood actually floated out. What's happening? Drifting blood? Could it be that everyone who went in died? Someone voiced out his concern. Seeing this, the azure dragon directly broke through the chaotic qi and arrived at the stone door of the immortal residence. He carefully observed the Dao patterns on the stone door. This was a brand new Dao pattern, and this surprised him greatly. It seemed like those fellows from the outside world had walked their own paths in comprehending the great Dao. Just as the azure dragon arrived at the stone door, a bloody arm suddenly stretched out from the gap of the door, as though it was trying to grab something. Chapter 44:26. A corner of the unknown world crashed into the heaven realm. Where the two worlds met, the two natural laws of heaven and earth could not coexist. They collided, intertwined, and destroyed each other, forming a primal chaos rift that was billions of kilometers long. The appearance of the primal chaos rift caused the living beings within it to undergo shocking changes. The two worlds converged, giving birth to primal chaos energy, causing the primal chaos rift to be in a state of primal chaos. Every living creature that was contaminated by the chaos aura would undergo an unimaginable transformation and become a chaos creature. The place with the densest primal chaos chi could even nurture Xiantian life forms, rare divine medicines, or supreme divine materials. To the cultivators of the heaven realm, these represented great opportunities and great fortune. Some people obtained the seedling of the primal chaos lotus, some obtained the peerless godly metal nurtured in the primal chaos, and some even obtained some inheritances from another world. This was because there was a cave left behind by an expert from another world within the primal chaos rift. At this time, a huge immortal estate floated within the primal chaos rift. Boundless primal chaos energy swirled around the immortal estate, and from time to time, primal chaos lightning flashed within the primal chaos energy. The layer of primal chaos chi that enveloped the immortal abode was more than 10 kilometers thick. Only a saint of the saint realm could see through the primal chaos chi and see the scene inside. However, there was also an exception, and that was the mysterious heavenly palace's mysterious heavenly mirror. At this time, the surroundings of the mysterious heavenly palace were surrounded by the mysterious heavenly palace's heavenly eyes. The heavenly eye could monitor the immortal abode, and it could also detect the immortal abode shrouded in primal chaos aura. Everyone outside the gate of the immortal abode was under the surveillance of the heavenly eye. Oh my God, what is that? At this time, countless experts who were watching the live broadcast from all over the heavenly realm stared at the scene on the screen with their mouths agape. Is that blood? Fresh blood is flowing out of the immortal sect. A crimson liquid floated out of the gate of immortality, which was only slightly opened, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. It's really blood. A black-robed old man with blood-red hair standing near the entrance of the immortal estate had a drastic change in expression. He was from the Bloodwolf clan, and these bloodwolves were creatures that devoured blood. Their sense of smell was incomparably sharp, and as long as there was a trace of blood in the air, they would be able to instantly sense the temperature. Blood. Fresh blood actually floated out of the celestial gate. This shocked everyone. Even Azure Dragon, who was standing in front of the immortal mansion, had a grave expression on his face. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked the blood that was drifting towards him. However, when the blood came into contact with the protective divine light on the Azure Dragon's body, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to a red-hot branding iron being thrown into water. The protective divine light on the Azure Dragon's body dimmed. It can actually corrode my protective divine light? The Azure Dragon was startled and hurriedly retreated. At that moment, a blood-colored arm suddenly stretched out from the gap of the immortal abode's door. There was still blood dripping from the arm. The extended palm pressed against the immortal abode's door, leaving behind a blood-colored handprint. Everyone who saw this through Fekta's livestream felt a chill run down their spine. Azure Dragon discovered that on the door of the immortal abode, where the handprint was, the Dao patterns on the door had actually dimmed a little. What is that? Jiu Ling, who had been watching from afar, saw this scene and her eyes lit up. She couldn't sense any signs of life from the blood-colored hand. At this time, the blood-colored hand suddenly grabbed at the Azure Dragon. A towering blood-colored light rushed out from the blood-colored hand and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. It directly sealed off all of Azure Dragon's escape routes and swept towards the Azure Dragon like a monstrous wave of blood. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared madly, the great dragon halberd in his hand swept out horizontally, breaking through the waves of blood and ruthlessly striking the blood-colored hand. Clang! When the great dragon halberd in Azure Dragon's hand collided with the blood-colored hand, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. What? Azure Dragon only felt an extremely powerful force coming from the great dragon halberd. His hands trembled and the great dragon halberd almost flew out of his hands. He was directly sent flying, crashing through the outer layer of the immortal abode's chaotic energy. He flew for more than 1,000 li before he managed to stabilize himself. He gripped the great dragon halberd tightly, his gaze piercing through the chaotic energy to stare at the blood-colored hand on the immortal gate. His hands that were holding the great dragon halberd were bleeding. What is that thing? In the heavenly world, the demonic clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise was also watching the live broadcast. This guy had obtained a heavenly fate talisman from the heavenly mystery immortal abode. As long as he activated the talisman, a light screen would appear in front of him. At this time, the light screen in front of the old tortoise showed the scene of the blood-colored hand repelling the Azure Dragon. Hihi, what else could there be? That place is definitely not a good place. There's something strange and terrifying about it. An old voice came from behind the old tortoise. Aya, Mommy, I say, Uncle, why don't you make a sound when you walk? You scared this demon lord to death. The old tortoise almost jumped up in fright when he heard the old man's words. Me. Smelly brat, with your uncle's cultivation, how can I make a sound when I walk? The old tortoise slanted a glance at the old tortoise. The old tortoise was speechless. I say, Uncle, you said that there's something terrifying in this immortal abode? The old tortoise humbly asked because he knew that this uncle of his was definitely a super antique. In this world, there was really no one who knew more than him. Sometimes, living a long life was also a kind of capital. Didn't you see? That thing is not a good thing. Those who went in before are probably already dead. The old tortoise's uncle pouted at the blood-colored hand on the light screen. It's a pity that the black flood dragon from the primogenitor realm and the 9-headed golden lion are dead. The old tortoise sighed with a look of pity. TSK. The old tortoise's uncle chuckled and said, What's there to feel pity about? They're not your subordinates. Those are all top-notch food. The old tortoise licked his lips. Food? The old tortoise's uncle's eyes immediately lit up. He turned around and walked out. Uncle, where are you going? The old tortoise called out. To eat. The old tortoise's uncle did not stop walking. I'm going too. The old tortoise quickly put away the divine talisman of heavenly secrets and chased after him. He asked, Where are we going to eat? Didn't you say that the black flood dragon and the golden lion are top-notch food? I'm going to take a look and stroll around the immortal abode. Maybe I can pick some divine herbs. The old tortoise's uncle said. The old tortoise was speechless again. The old ancestor just said that there was something terrifying in that place, and now he wants to go there to find food. This old ancestor is definitely a foodie. Chapter 44:27. The reason why the old tortoise and his uncle left the demon race's ancestral land was that Jiu Fei was overseeing it. Rumble, at this moment, the mountain where Jiu Fei was already shrouded by black gas. It was demonic qi, so dense that it could not be dispersed. A fist-sized celestial body floated above the mountain. It was the 10 Extinction Demon Star. The 10 Extinction Demon Star contained endless demonic qi. Ji Yufei was refining and absorbing the demonic qi to increase his cultivation and combat strength. Master is already very strong. If he advances another step, won't his cultivation break through to the extreme grade realm? Di Jiutian was on another mountain. He could sense the vast demonic aura in front of him and could not help but be moved. The 10 Extinction Demon Star was much more terrifying than the legends said. HMPH, how can you estimate Master's strength? The star beast Venerable glanced at Di Jiutian disdainfully. In his eyes, Di Jiutian was just a country bumpkin. Di Jiutian did not say anything. The star beast Venerable was speaking the truth. He really could not see through Ji Yufei's strength. This was very shocking. Could Master have mastered some kind of secret technique to hide his aura? They guarded at the side and did not dare to leave. In fact, they also wanted to go to the Chaos Rift to fight for the opportunities in the immortal abode. However, they could not go there without Ji Yufei's approval. Even the Demon Lord has gone to join in the fun. We are too bored here. The Black Wind Sovereign whispered to the Shooting Sun Sovereign beside him. They did not return to the Primogenitor's realm. Instead, they sealed their earth-shattering cultivation and forcibly suppressed it to the quasi-supreme realm. They were very careful and did not dare to be careless. One must know that the current power of heavenly punishment was extremely strong and could even kill a holy venerable. No one dared to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their extreme grade realm cultivation. Once the seal was removed, the power of heavenly punishment would directly descend from heaven and earth and blast them into pieces. Are you bored? The Shooting Sun Sovereign murmured. How could he not want to compete with the experts of the various races? However, they were Ji Yufei's subordinates. Their lives were in Ji Yufei's hands. Shut up. Star Beast Venerable said in a deep voice. The Black Wind Supreme Being and the Shooting Sun Supreme Being shrunk their necks, not daring to say another word. At this time, on top of the mountain that was shrouded in demonic qi, Ji Yufei was inhaling and exhaling demonic qi. As he inhaled and exhaled, astral winds raged around him, and demonic qi surged. It was a terrifying sight. Just as Ji Yufei was cultivating in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, the Azure Dragon was directly surrounded by the 7 experts from the other world. Go to hell! Without any hesitation, the experts of the chaotic world from the 7 alien realms immediately took out their weapons and attacked the Azure Dragon in a frenzy. Even the void cracked from the impact. The void here was located at the intersection of 2 great worlds, giving birth to chaotic energy. The space here was incomparably stable, but now, a crack had appeared. One could only imagine how powerful the combined attack of the 7 great experts was. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared and attacked. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire world shook. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, and 7 figures screamed miserably as they were sent flying. Azure Dragon. At this time, all eyes were focused on the figure in the middle of the battlefield. That person was half kneeling in the void, his hand tightly gripping the great dragon halberd. Drop after drop of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still as bright and sharp as before. Is actually this powerful? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The Azure Dragon sent 7 experts flying with a single strike. This scene was incomparably shocking, and it also stunned every expert present. This Azure Dragon is incredible. Qin Yarrow couldn't help but be moved seeing this. This guy's cultivation was no weaker than hers. With such an expert appearing in the Azure Dragon clan, the clan was most likely going to rise. You bunch of trash can't even withstand a single blow. The Azure Dragon slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold gaze swept over the 7 experts that were sent flying. Compete. At this time, a cold sneer sounded from the depths of the Chaos Rift. Then, a figure with hands behind his back walked out from the depths of the Chaos Rift, step by step. With every step he took, a chaos flower would emerge beneath his feet, supporting him in the air. They are merely my servants. It's nothing for you to be able to defeat them. In just a few steps, the newcomer arrived in front of the Azure Dragon. This person was clad in white, his brows were straight like swords, and his eyes were like cold stars. He was tall and slender, but he was a handsome young man. What? Those fellows are only his servants. Hearing the young man's words, everyone was shocked to the extreme. If those fellows were only this person's servants, then wouldn't this person's strength be boundless? However, no matter how strong he was only a quasi-supreme being. Because this place was close to the heavenly world, the appearance of extreme power would trigger heavenly punishment. Servants. A strong battle intent erupted from the azure dragon's body when he heard that. He directly locked his gaze on the young man. Mars. Master. At this time, Chen Lang hurriedly led the remaining experts and rushed over, saluting the young man. Me. The young man sneered, then flung his sleeves. Chen Lang and the others didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into a mist of blood, dissipating into the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The azure dragon's eyes flickered when he saw this. There were quasi-supreme beings among the 7 experts, but they were killed so easily by this young man. No one expected this white-robed young man to be so domineering and ruthless to his own people. The azure dragon's pupils constricted, and the battle suit on his body shone even brighter. At this time, everyone who was watching this scene through the Tianji live broadcast was extremely nervous. He killed a quasi-supreme being with just a raise of his hand. This person is extremely dangerous. In the distance, Qin Yao's heart trembled. Even if she went all out, she probably wouldn't be able to kill the 7 experts in one strike, because there were quasi-supreme beings among them. Only an opponent like this is worthy of me making a move. Ji Ling said calmly. Sister, you want? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard that. The azure dragon is no match for this person, Ji Ling continued. Boom. With a dull thud, the azure dragon was sent flying by the white-robed young man. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and even his heart had been destroyed. Of course, with azure dragon's cultivation, he wouldn't die even if his heart was destroyed. He could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Again, the azure dragon roared angrily and charged at the white-robed young man again. The moment he moved, the power of the entire heaven and earth seemed to be concentrated on him. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were pressing down on him. This was the ultimate move of the azure dragon clan. The azure dragon borrowed the power of heaven and earth to attack with full force. Its power was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. However, the white-robed young man merely reached out and grabbed the halberd that was slashing down. Interesting. No wonder you could defeat my useless subordinates. If you follow me and become my servant, I will let bygones be bygones. How about it? The white-robed young man's love for talent grew. Ha, become your servant. What a joke. You're more like my servant. The azure dragon roared angrily and tried to retract the halberd. However, it was as if the other party's hand was attached to the halberd. No matter how much strength he exerted, how much he roared, and how much strength he used, the halberd still wouldn't budge. This. Chapter 44-28. A big shot from another world had arrived. Those experts from the chaotic world were actually his servants. Everyone who saw this scene through the Tianji live broadcast was shocked to the extreme. One should know that there were quasi-supremes among those experts from the chaotic world. Even quasi-supremes were this person's servants and he killed them as he pleased. One could imagine how powerful this person was. He was so powerful that he could treat quasi-supremes as ants. I am the divine son of the heaven's equal sect from the primordial world. Kai Hao, you actually want me to be your servant? Ha. The white-robed young man laughed loudly. It turned out that the world on the other side of the chaos rift was called the primordial world. This guy who killed quasi-supremes with a wave of his hand was actually the divine son of the heaven's equal sect. There was a lot of information revealed from Kai Hao's words. Everyone was very curious about what kind of world this primordial world was. How could there be so many experts? I don't care who you are. If you don't want to be my servant, then die. Azure Dragon exerted his strength with all his might. The entire world shook as endless power of heaven and earth gathered towards him. Buzz. The great dragon halberd in his hand shook violently and directly shook off the hand that grabbed the great dragon halberd. Swoosh. Azure Dragon was like a phantom as he retreated rapidly. The guy named Kai Hao did not make a move. A little interesting. Kai Hao looked at Qing Long, and a glint flashed across his eyes. This Qing Long was much stronger than his subordinates, but he was still not strong enough in front of him. Kill. Azure Dragon's killing intent was shocking. He did not have a good impression of these guys from the chaotic world. At this time, he used all his strength and borrowed the power of heaven and earth. He raised the great dragon halberd with both hands and smashed it down towards Kai Hao's head with all his might. Boom! An extremely violent power erupted from the great dragon halberd. The great dragon halberd emitted a divine light that resembled divine flames. Countless Dao patterns emerged from the Dao weapon. Is that all you've got? Kai Hao faced Azure Dragon's earth-shattering attack. He still only stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the great dragon halberd that was slashing down. Boom! The great dragon halberd in the Azure Dragon's hand seemed to have struck an immortal divine mountain. The entire void shook violently, and ripples of the void visible to the naked eye spread out from Kai Hao's body. This time, Azure Dragon couldn't help but be moved. Just now, he allowed his great dragon halberd to be caught by Huang Xiaolong, but that was because he hadn't used his full strength. However, he had poured all of his strength into this attack, yet the other party still managed to grab his great dragon halberd in one move. At this time, Kai Hao's left hand clenched into a fist, and his fist smashed onto Azure Dragon's body. In the next moment, Azure Dragon was sent flying, and the great dragon halberd in his hand was snatched away. Azure Dragon was sent flying thousands of miles away, coughing up blood continuously. He barely managed to stop himself from retreating. Lowering his head, he saw that there was a fist mark on his chest that had sunk deep into his flesh. The place where the fist hit had shattered his bones. Hey! You didn't die after taking a punch from me? Kai Hao was a little surprised. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This fella had completely crushed the Azure Dragon. Even Jiu Ling's eyes shone brightly. As the princess, Qin Yao's fighting spirit was boiling. Such an opponent was definitely hard to come by. Even Azure Dragon was defeated. Who else can be this guy's opponent? Where did Di Zhoutian go? Where's the peerless genius, Ji Yufei? The Tianji live broadcast was in an uproar, and the number of people surging into the Tianji live broadcast increased crazily. This made the upper echelons of the Tianji Immortal Palace overjoyed. The more people used the Tianji live broadcast, the more the Tianji Immortal Palace earned. Whether it was using the Tianji Divine Talisman to collect Yuan Qi or to earn immortal crystals and divine stones, the Tianji Immortal Palace had earned a lot during this period of time. In the deepest part of the Tianji Immortal Palace, the endless Yuan Qi gathered by the Tianji Mirror was all absorbed by a strange divine stone. Around the divine stone, there was a mountain of immortal crystals and divine stones. The seemingly inconspicuous divine stone was actually devouring the spiritual energy of the immortal crystals and divine stones. Countless immortal crystals and divine stones were going crazy, and they were all emitting spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was all gathering towards the stone. How much more spiritual energy do we need to succeed? On an altar in the distance, a few elders of the Tianji Immortal Palace in purple stood, and they were discussing with their divine will. I don't know. One of the elders in purple shook his head. They were playing a big game of chess, and they had to be careful. They were the Tianji Immortal Palace under the ancient heavenly court, and they calculated the mysteries of heaven for the heavenly court. Even though the heavenly court had been destroyed, they still passed down their legacy. At this time, outside the divine abode in the Chaos Rift, the white-robed Kai Xiao took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of Azure Dragon. Without hesitation, he punched out again. Heavens equal fists. The white-robed Kai Xiao's punch seemed to have no power, but in the eyes of Azure Dragon, it was different. It contained the will of the heavenly way, and such power, to a certain extent, was similar to the Azure Dragon clan's divine ability. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of heaven. However, the white-robed Kai Xiao's power was even simpler. He himself was like heaven and earth, and he did not need to borrow it. Roar! Azure Dragon roared crazily, and a huge dragon shadow rushed out of his body, emitting the aura of the ancestral dragon. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the Azure Dragon primogenitor. A huge dragon claw directly met Kai Xiao's fist. Boom! The dragon claw was smashed by Kai Xiao, and Kai Xiao's fist once again landed on Azure Dragon's body. Azure Dragon screamed in pain as he was sent flying again. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body, and his entire body was almost split into two by Kai Xiao's fist. His chest caved in, and he vomited out all his internal organs. This is terrible. That's Azure Dragon, the invincible southern wilderness of the human realm. How could he be defeated just like that? Countless experts from both the heavenly realm and the human realm were wailing. This guy from the primordial realm was too strong, much stronger than the guys from the extreme mysterious realm. The extreme mysterious realm was still a realm that belonged to the myriad realms. However, the primordial realm was probably not part of the myriad realms. Of course, this secret was only known by a few people, including Ji Yufei and the old tortoise. This was because Ji Yufei had the wheel of the myriad realms in his possession. He could sense the aura of the myriad realms from this treasure. The Azure Dragon primogenitor is related to us by blood. Should we save him? The old tortoise asked. The old tortoise and his uncle arrived at the Chaos Rift and appeared near the immortal abode, just in time to see Azure Dragon being beaten up by the white-robed Kai Xiao. Save him if you want, but don't expect me to be of any help. The old tortoise shrugged and said indifferently, "Oh, my niece is over there. Hey, is she going to help?" The old tortoise noticed Ji Yuling and Qin Yao. The little princess of the Qin clan? The old tortoise's eyes landed on Qin Yao. The old tortoise had lived for countless years and had experienced countless ups and downs. Although the Qin clan had existed for countless years, he had also experienced the era when the Qin clan had ruled over the myriad realms. However, even the Qin clan had declined in the end. Once they lost the protection of an extreme-grade supremacy, the Qin clan had been oppressed by other powerful clans and had no choice but to live in seclusion. Now, the Qin clan was going to rise again. "Is my niece really going to help?" the old tortoise exclaimed. Boom! Just as Azure Dragon was about to be killed by Kai Xiao, a fist came from the side. A vast power filled every inch of the void. This was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was the invincible fist aura contained within this fist. This was an invincible fist technique that even Kai Xiao would be moved by. Kai Xiao retaliated with a punch. Bam! There was a muffled sound as the two fists collided. The resulting shockwave shook the surrounding space. Spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Kai Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This person could actually take one of his punches. He shouted and exerted his strength. However, at the same time, his opponent also exerted his strength. Boom! The power that erupted from the two fists directly shattered the void. Two figures flew out at the same time, and a black hole appeared between the two. Finally, someone can compete with this guy from another world. On the Tianji Live platform, everyone was staring at the live broadcast nervously. Who is that person? And it's a woman. She's masked. How would I know who she is? The Tianji Live platform was extremely popular, and everyone was curious. My junior sister is still too impulsive. Qin Yao shook her head and smiled bitterly. At this time, Azure Dragon, who had escaped, hurriedly retreated. He took out a bottle of dark red liquid, opened the cork, and drank it in one gulp. After Azure Dragon drank the bottle, there was a strange sound coming from his body. His broken bones quickly connected, and his injured body quickly recovered. In just a few breaths, Azure Dragon had recovered to his peak state. Ancestral blood. Lin Fan's uncle stared at the Azure Dragon in the distance as a glint flashed through his eyes. The primogenitor of the Azure Dragon race seemed to have left behind quite a number of good stuff. This primogenitor's blood was definitely a priceless treasure for the Azure Dragon race. However, to other tribes, it was poison. This was because only the descendants of the Azure Dragon tribe could refine the Azure Dragon ancestral blood and obtain power from it. Roar! Azure Dragon roared to the sky, and the terrifying shadow of the ancestral dragon rushed out from his body again. The violent power spread in all directions, and even the void was shaking. The Azure Dragon ancestral blood made Azure Dragon's combat power stronger. This caused Azure Dragon's body to change, and scales began to appear on his body. Kill. Chapter 44:29. Kai Hao, the divine child of the heaven's equal sect in the primordial world, was absolutely powerful. Even at the same level, he directly suppressed Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon kept coughing up blood with just a few punches. If it weren't for Jiyu Ling, Azure Dragon would have been killed by Kai Hao. Boom. Bang. Two silhouettes were moving rapidly in the air. Two powerful forces kept clashing against each other, causing the entire space to tremble. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void like black lightning bolts and disappeared in an instant. The power of heaven and earth here was very strong. It was the border between the primordial world and the heaven realm. The void in the chaos crack repaired itself very quickly. I didn't expect there to be an opponent in this world who can fight against me. Kai Hao was very confident. As the divine child of the heaven's equal sect, he was also a famous genius among the younger generation of the primordial world. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Me. Don't think too highly of yourself. Jiyu Ling said coldly. She clenched her fists and directly punched out the five elements fist. She punched out and a golden wave of energy broke out, directly rushing towards Kai Hao. This was the power of the metal element. It shook heaven and earth, pressing forward with indomitable will. Equal heaven fist. Kai Hao's right fist directly smashed forward, instantly breaking the golden fist power. Boom. Two fists collided in an instant. Two silhouettes separated in an instant, but in the next moment, they were fighting again. A violent power exploded from the two great experts, and everyone felt a great pressure. Through the Tianji Live broadcast platform, countless cultivators in the heaven realm were fortunate enough to witness this battle. Roar. At this time, there was a wild roar. Azure Dragon, who drank the ancestral blood of Azure Dragon, instantly recovered, and his cultivation returned to the peak. In the next moment, Azure Dragon's body swayed and directly turned into a giant dragon, directly pouncing towards Kai Hao. The giant dragon's claws tore the void, instantly covering Kai Hao. This Azure Dragon seems to be stronger than before. Someone exclaimed. What is that bottle he drank? Someone was very curious. The bottle that Azure Dragon drank just now actually made him recover from a serious injury, and his combat power seemed to be even stronger than before. Not everyone had the foresight of old Tortoise's uncle. The ancestral blood of the Azure Dragon primogenitor was incomparably powerful. After consuming the ancestral blood, the Azure Dragon's bloodline would become even stronger, and its potential would be completely stimulated. However, the consequence of this was that it would be even more difficult for the Azure Dragon to become an extreme-grade supremacy. Boom. At this moment, Kai Hao raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. It was as if he had instantly opened up a part of the world, and a force capable of splitting the heavens and the earth erupted. The Azure Dragon, who had transformed into a giant dragon, was actually sent flying by Kai Hao's sky-turning palm. A large amount of dragon blood sprinkled down from the sky and smashed onto the ground, causing dust to rise. So powerful, countless cultivators who witnessed this scene were stunned once again. The combat strength displayed by Kai Hao was too abnormal. Your opponent is me. Jiyu Ling waved his right hand. Clang. With a sword cry, a beam of cold light shot up from her back and turned into a beam of sword light. It rushed toward Kai Hao, and the cold sword chi spread in all directions. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. The sword shocked the world, and a murderous aura filled the world. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, Jiyu Ling seemed to have turned into a supreme goddess of death. Kai Hao's pupils shrank when he saw this. This woman's swordsmanship was incredible. The murderous aura that erupted from her seemed to have materialized. He had never seen such a powerful murderous aura from an opponent of the same level as him. The sword light was like a dragon, and it instantly arrived. Kai Hao stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the killing sword light. Jiyu Ling discovered that at the moment when Kai Hao's right hand grabbed out, his opponent's arm turned golden, as if it was made of peerless divine gold. Clang. The incomparably sharp sword light chopped at Kai Hao's hand, and actually produced the unique sound of metal colliding. Kai Hao completely ignored the sword light. He flipped his right hand and actually grabbed Ji Ling's sword light. However, the sword light was like a spirit snake, and instantly twisted around his body. Roar! Kai Hao roared, and a mass of golden divine light immediately erupted from his body, blocking the sword light. Immortal golden body! Kai Hao's voice spread throughout the chaos rift. Ji Ling's sword light was directly broken by him, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. He exerted force with his right hand and directly shattered the ancient sword in his hand. Ji Ling stared at Kai Hao. The ancient sword that was restored by Kai Hao was only a quasi-supreme sword that she had refined, and not her Dao instrument. Her Dao instrument was the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. You're not bad. Follow me and be my sword maid. Kai Hao looked at Ji Ling, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold and arrogant smile. What is he talking about? Old Tortoise, Qin Yarrow, and a few others who knew Ji Ling's identity were directly shocked when they heard Kai Hao's words. This guy actually wanted to take Ji Ling as his maid. Hehe, I wonder how little friend Ji Fei will react when he hears this guy's words. Old Uncle laughed. You're courting death, Old Tortoise said. Who in the entire heaven realm would dare to say such a thing? She was the daughter of the peerless ferocious Ji Fei. Not long ago, the great ferocious Xian Huang was defeated by Ji Fei and directly captured. It was unknown whether he had been killed by Ji Fei or not. Although the divine child of the heaven's equal sect from the primal beginning realm was very strong and could suppress Azure Dragon, no one thought that he would be a match for Ji Fei. What are you waiting for? Follow me and your future will be limitless. Kai Hao could not help but feel a little displeased when he saw that Ji Ling did not respond. Haha, just then, there was a burst of laughter. Everyone looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a woman in purple laughing so hard that she was bending over. Princess Qin Yarrow. Many people recognized the woman in purple. What are you laughing at? Kai Hao's face darkened. Haha, I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourself. Do you know who she is? You actually want to take her as a maid? Qin Yarrow said while laughing. Ji Ling's clothes were ordinary and her face was covered, so no one recognized her. TSK, could she be the daughter of the realm lord of this realm? So what if she is the daughter of the realm lord? The realm lord is just an ant in our eyes. Kai Hao said coldly and arrogantly. How arrogant. Everyone was inexplicably shocked when they heard Kai Hao's words. This guy actually ignored the realm lord. The realm lord was the master of a realm and was an absolutely powerful existence. One had to know that when the extreme mysterious realm lord's clone entered the heaven realm, it was almost invincible. If it were not for Ji Fei, the heaven realm would have suffered a calamity. A clone was already so powerful. Just thinking about how powerful the extreme mysterious realm lord's real body was terrifying. Alright, warm-up is over. Let's fight to our heart's content.